Rowing, Ticketmaster, Konica Minolta, Croker Oars, Ambulance Response Services, The Regatta Shop, Sykes Rowing, Tempur, with support from Rowing ACT, Rowing New South Wales, Rowing Queensland, Rowing South Australia, Rowing Tasmania, and Rowing Victoria.
I'm incredibly proud to be a female in the mining industry, led by a great role model for mining, for the Australian economy.
This is the best mining company to work for.
Everyone kind of takes you under their wing.
Being an older person in mining as well, I find that people can come to me for advice.
I did hairdressing for a year before coming to mining. It's the best thing I've ever done.
It offers a level of financial security that women outside of the industry don't necessarily have, and it's just awesome.
We would like women to be safer here than they are anywhere else.
Every day is exciting, there's something happening.
Just get out there, try something new.
This is the engine room of our Australian economy, and we get to be a part of what keeps this country afloat and helps with infrastructure and all the other projects that makes Australia such a fantastic country to live in.
To join us in building an exceptional future, go to buildinganexceptionalfuture.com.au.
So this morning, ladies and gentlemen, I'm joined in the commentary box by Sarah Cook, Olympian, Chief Operating Officer of Rowing Australia. Welcome, Sarah.
Thanks, Razor.
It's great to see you here. And of course, your husband's here as well, Toby.
Yes, Toby's looking after Canberra Grammar School.
Okay, and the kids are not?
They're not here. I've left Max and Astrid over on the East Coast with their granny, so I'm going to head back today to see them for the weekend.
Okay, that'd be lovely. Now, you've progressed from a rower yourself, a very successful rower yourself, into coaching and now into administration as the Chief Operating Officer.
Yeah, so I've had an interesting journey through the sport, and my life has certainly come full circle to rowing after taking a little break there in sailing to try my hands at a different sport. But I'm very fortunate for the career that I've been able to set up in sport post being an athlete, and I've been incredibly well supported by the community and had great opportunities. It's been very exciting, and I'd love other young athletes, and particularly women athletes, to follow that pathway into sport, into coaching and administration, because we need you and we want you to find a career in the sport as well.
And I note that you're now on the board of Baseball Australia as well.
Yes, I've been on the board of Baseball Australia for almost 3 years, and I'm chair of their High Performance Commission. Had the fantastic opportunity to attend the World Baseball Classic in Japan a couple of weeks ago.
Which Australia did very well.
We did, for the first time ever, progressed through to the quarterfinals.
Got beaten by Cuba, was it?
We did. We've got a bit of a hoodoo with Cuba, who beat Australia for the Olympic gold medal in 2004 when Australia won silver. So we will get there, but unfortunately it did halt the progress through to the semi-finals.
Yeah. It's tough. The Cubans are very good. A lot of Cubans play in America, don't they?
Yeah, it's huge.
Major baseball game.
It is.
Now, you're on a couple of FISA, should I say, world rowing. It's difficult for old people like me not to say FISA. a couple of World Rowing Commissions. Which are those?
Yeah, so I'm on the Coastal Rowing Commission and the Gender Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Commission for World Rowing.
Okay, so how did that evolve? Were you nominated by Rowing Australia? Or?
Yeah, so I got involved with coastal rowing and its development pretty early on here in Australia, and then was brought on to the World Rowing Commission, firstly as an observer, and then was ultimately elected when a position became available. And then through that got nominated for the Gender Equality, Diversity and Inclusion, what is a cross commission, so there's representatives from all the different commissions. And then last year I also got elected onto the World Rowing Council as the continental representative for Oceania. So very involved in world rowing now, which is exciting. I think it's a really exciting time for the sport. There's a lot happening. The emergence of our newer disciplines like indoor and coastal, as well as, of course, classic rowing, which we're enjoying this week.
The coordination of the indoor competition around the world is a wonderful initiative. Now, again, an old person like me, I always remember world rowing hierarchy being male, pale and stale. And fortunately, people like you are changing that perception.
Yeah, I think there's certainly an understanding that diversity, and the work that we're doing on our commission is really demonstrating that diversity in terms of thinking, backgrounds, input, experience will really help to enrich this sport and take it forward. And that's what we need, is a sport that's dynamic and relevant for today and for the future. Exactly,
because the participants and the people who are watching are different to what they were 20 years ago.
Absolutely, and we also want to, of course, leverage our foundation and our rich history and the clubs and Henley and all of these elements that make our sport incredibly special. But we also want to attract new and diverse participants as well to grow that base. And we think that through indoor and through coastal, we'll attract new and different people to make our sport bigger and better.
Yep. Any other Australians on World Rowing Commissions?
Yeah, it's interesting because about 7 years ago, we really didn't have anyone.
I think it was zero at one stage, wasn't it?
It was. We had 0 seats at the table, and it was very much a strategic, I guess, focus for Rowing Australia to get that voice and representation for not only Australia but for our region.
Yep.
And we've now got about 9 Australians on commission. So we've got Dr. Larry Treese on the Sports Medicine Commission, we've got Gordon Marks on the Para Commission, we've got Hamie Fernandez on the Youth Commission, Paul Thompson on the Competitive Commission. So we've got great representation on some of the really influential commissions, which is important.
I'm glad to see Larry's involved. She was a wonderful team doctor, that's for sure.
Yes, she's excellent, and she's been a great link for us into that commission because there's a lot happening in the sports medicine space, as we know. So it's excellent for us to have someone there.
Yeah, and also a steward at Henley.
Yes. I think we've got 2 out of 2 Australian stewards at this regatta. So
you and
John Boltby's somewhere out in the crowd. But it's an incredible honour and not something that I ever in my wildest dreams expected. Of course, it's a lifelong appointment, and I got the badge of Hart Perry, the legendary Hart Perry. So that for those that don't know, the silver badge that the stewards get is handed on from a steward that has passed on. So Hart's waited for about 8 years because he was the first international steward of the Henley Regatta, and I'm the first international female steward. So it was great to receive his badge.
Again, we've gone from male, pale and stale to a far more diverse group, haven't we, of stewards at Henley?
Yeah, we're certainly starting to bring in, I think, a new generation of stewards. We've got about 10 women now. There's quite a few of us who are younger. We had Akil join us last year, which has been fantastic, and he's just brought like a whole new lens to the event, which is really cool.
It's far more commercial than it once was. I know it was commercial, but I think it's far more diverse with its commerciality now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we never had corporate partners, so that's something that Sir Steve Redgrave, under his leadership as the chairman, helped to take the regatta forward to do. So the broadcast, the commercial partners are 2 really big changes. But the other big changes in terms of gender is that we've moved to gender parity now in the events for the open events, and we're now starting to look at where we will do that across the other categories as well. And 2 years ago, women were allowed to wear pants for the first time.
Oh my goodness!
Ever, Razor. So women can now wear pants at Henley.
So what about the newspapers in London? What are they going to cover now? They always used to hang out with a woman, looking for a woman whose dress was too short.
Yes, well, now she can wear trousers, so I'm not sure if an ankle shot will be very exciting. Maybe they'll be looking out for that.
So two very influential knights at the top there with Sir Stephen and Sir Matthew.
Yes, exactly. Both on our executive committee and doing a fantastic job.
Okay, Sarah, we need to wrap it up. I was going to ask you one more question, but Chris McCarthy said I always ask the same question. Should I ask it, Chris? Yeah. Who was the best team manager you ever had, and why was I?
Well, I was having a think about this before, Razor, and I have had more than just Stu, so I won't drop any names, but I can definitively say that you were the best team manager that I had.
A lovely way to wrap up our interview with Sarah Cook, Olympian and Chief Operating Officer for Rowing Australia. Thanks very much, Sarah. Appreciate it.
Razor.
Bont Rowing continues to dedicate itself to producing anatomically correct rowing shoes, supplying athletes in over 23 national teams. Designed by rowers, for rowers, Bont rowing shoes are built with a unique carbon fibre split sole for greater comfort, increased stability and maximum power transfer. Hancock Prospecting are the proud principal partners of Rowing Australia and the Australian rowing team and wish all competitors and athletes a successful regatta. Check out the Regatta Village for a spot of shopping. We've got you covered from head to toe with rowing jewellery or gifts from Sport Republic, rowing apparel from 776BC and innovative rowing shoes from Bont Rowing. Don't forget to pick up your official merchandise from the Regatta Shop. The City of Armidale has an information stall set up, and Hancock Prospecting in conjunction with Roy Hill talking about careers in mining. Posting socials, please tag at Western Australia and use the hashtag #ThisIsWA. Follow the Tourism WA Facebook page or follow them on Instagram by searching Western Australia. Don't forget to check out our traders and boat builders in the boat park to service your boats and provide spare parts. In the boat park, behind the buildings, we have Sykes, Croker Oars, Wintec, Rowfit and Perfect Balance Rowing. In the event of an emergency or evacuation today, please follow the direction of event and venue staff. A reminder that all cyclists must wear a helmet throughout the venue, that dogs must be kept on a leash and kept under control at all times. We would recommend you avoid leaving bags or personal belongings unattended and ask that you keep Champion Lakes clean. Make sure you put your rubbish in the bins provided. Also make sure to stay sun smart and slip, slop, slap and sip. Slip on a long sleeve shirt after racing, slop on some sunscreen, slap on a hat and sip on some water to keep you hydrated. And for the latest results and the daily draws, visit the dedicated website arc.rowingaustralia.com.au. An important exhibition at this year's Australian Rowing Championships is the Innovate to Excellence exhibition, which is in the upstairs of the building by the finish line. The exhibition provides education around how you can be a better and more robust rower, both on and off the water. From technique tips, nutrition guidance and warm-up exercises, all provided by the expert staff at Rowing Australia, who have provided information on the latest research that the Australian rowing team follow.
And racing is underway, Lizzie, on this, the fifth day, I've lost track of the days, the PR3 Mixed Double Scull Final. Gold medals to be contested here in race 424.
In lane 1, we have Bundaberg, Christian Lane Krebs and Rebecca Markwell, coached by Alan Goff. In lane 2, Shell Harbour's City and Community Rowing Club, Lauren Weber and Kevin Wall, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjam. In lane 3, the Southport School with Banks, Susanna Lutzi and Tony Goff-Sasson. In lane 4, Hunter Valley Grammar School with Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Lisa the ANU combination of Stuart John and Rebecca Jones, coached by Dion Grant, Edward Bien and William Hatcher. And in lane 6, the composite of Julia Story from Drummoyne Rowing Club and Mac Russell from the University of Queensland Boat Club, coached by Michael Russell and Kathleen Hextall. And sadly, our crew that has just been selected to represent Australia at the Gavirate Para International and hopefully the World Championships, Nikki Ayres, who won the single yesterday, and Jed Altschwager have had to withdraw because Jed's not very well. So in the lead at the moment will be Lisa Greisel and Harrison Nichols.
Yep, that's for sure. And I had the pleasure of saying good morning to Julia Story and Kathleen Hextall as they walked along this morning in the gloom. But,
Julia was first on a rowing team exactly 20 years ago. Sorry, won a gold medal for Australia exactly 20 years ago in Milan in the LTA Mixed Coxed 4. 2003. Yeah. Okay. And so she's representing Australia at the Virtus Global Games in France in, when did we say it was? July, August?
Yeah, with Mac Russell.
With Mac, yep.
Yeah. So they're doing very well in the gloom, Lizzie, and well done to our cameramen.
Yes.
Or they may be automated cameras, I'm not sure. Toby Gustafsson on the screen there. He rode in the second 8 at the Southport School this year, so well done to him. But it is the Hunter Valley Grammar composite crew, Lisa Greisel and Harrison Nichols, part of the ever-improving group from up that way, Hunter Valley and Newcastle and Lake Macquarie, and some really exciting things going on up there.
There certainly are, yeah. It's a real resurgence of rowing in that area. And Harrison's coach is Odin McIntosh, who also does some coaching at the Lake Macquarie Club. So Lisa and Harrison, this is a completely new combination as a result of some changes after selections and some withdrawals from some other people that have meant the PR3-4 has been withdrawn. So they've jumped in this double, doing a good job, but of course they live really close to each other, so there's an opportunity for them to train together now, which is fantastic.
Yeah,
We've just seen the Bundaberg crew on the screen there, Christian Lane Krebs and Rebecca Markwell. So we'll see Rebecca I think we'll see both of them in the Interstate
Regatta, I believe so.
Yeah.
No, it'd probably be Mac Russell, would it, or not?
Oh, possibly.
Yeah.
Yes. So here on the screen now we have Kevin Wall in the stroke seat, the captain of Shell Harbour Rowing Club, and in the bow seat we have Lauren Webber from Community Rowing Club. A big thanks to Barbara Ramjan, one of their coaches. She did contact me overnight to let me know that Community Rowing Club actually isn't just a para rowing club.
Okay.
They have juniors, they have masters, they have open rowers, so it is literally a community rowing club, open to everyone. So that's good to know. I didn't know that at all.
Thank you very much, Barbara, for that information, because we'd rather people tell us than sit around saying, listen to those two silly old farts up there talking rubbish.
100%, yeah. And that's great. So they're based in the Lane Cove River in the what was the Macquarie University shed next to Riverview College.
And our co-commentator Stuart John in the crew there with Rebecca Jones. I saw Rebecca's mum and dad downstairs yesterday. And Stuart's not well this morning, so we wish him all the best. He said his voice, he sounds like Darren Lockyer. So he can't be well, the poor fellow. But
I think he was just trying to get yet another reference to rugby league in.
Hunter Valley Grammar Composite Crew with Lake Macquarie 17.64 seconds in the lead. Then follows the Southport School Banks Composite, Toby Gufsas and Susanna Lutzer. And then in third place is the University of Queensland and Drummoyne Composite. Julia Story in the bow seat, Mac Russell in the stroke seat, I imagine. As Lizzie said, Mike Russell and Kathleen Hextall coaching that crew. Then follows Stuart John and Rebecca Jones, coached by Deanne Grant, Edward Bean and William Hatcher. And then who is next? We'll have Lauren Webber and Kevin Wall and Christian Lane Krebs and Rebecca Markwell still to come. But great pictures coming, even though we can see big drops of rain falling on the lens of the cameras.
Yes, it's certainly wet and wild out there. As somebody said to me the other day, I think it was Matthias Ungermark said, we're in the Wild West.
In the Wild West.
I think that was after his son's wallet got stolen, with somebody smashing open the car window right outside their hotel room.
Yes, Judith was telling me about it yesterday when I was walking over here.
Yeah, I guess
this
that
is
happens in any city.
an impressive performance from a new crew. Look at the
It is. So let's
the blades are nice and parallel. The timing's good.
And a bit of information about that. So Harrison is he under 17? Certainly under 19 and racing in schoolboy events. Lisa, who was a runner, and a tumour was found when after the birth of her second child, and the surgeon who removed the tumour was a rower at Sydney University and talked to her about rowing as a possible other sport, since she was going to be left with a leg impairment. She saw rowing, she liked the look of it, she's had a go at it, and she's got increasingly better as the years have gone by and as she's bought her own boat and trained more. So comes across the line now in leading space. She's represented New South Wales a couple of times as both the Masters rep and the Open rep. Yep. She runs a charity called the Hug Box, I think it's called.
And we can see Michael Russell on a scooter following that crew.
Actually,
on the far side.
Idea. So that's Susanna Lutzi. She rode for her school first eight when she was at school. She's now at uni. And with Toby Goffsassen, who's still rowing at the Southport School, they come across the line in second place.
I saw Toby talking yesterday to the first eight coach there, Cameron Kennedy. So great effort from Toby to make the second eight at the Southport School and also row here at the Australian Rowing Championships. ANU, Rebecca Jones and Stuart John will come across in fourth place. And then some margin back to the remaining two crews. Shell Harbour Community Composite Crew, Lauren Webber from Community Rowing Club, Kevin Wall from Shell Harbour. They'll be fifth, and sixth will be the Bundaberg crew, Rebecca Markwell and Christian Lane Krebs, coached by the evergreen Alan Goff, and it's great to see Alan here at another Australian Rowing Championships. He, along with his old crewmate from back in the 70s and 80s when I was racing against them, Rodney Dick and Alan, rode in some pretty good crews up in Bundaberg in those days. Of course, Alf Javel went to Bundaberg, and
yes,
when they had one of the first to have a licensed club in Queensland, and Alf was up there and coaching and also stroking the eight, and I think he may have been in a King's Cup crew for Queensland possibly while he was there.
And great to see them putting back in by coaching the athletes of today. So confirming the results of the final of the PR3 mixed double scull, a win for Hunter Valley Grammar School and Lake Macquarie, Grisel and Nichols. Second, the Southport School and Banks, Lutzy and Goffsasson. Third, the University of Queensland Drummoyne crew of Story and Russell. In fourth position, ANU. In fifth, Shell Harbour and Community. And in sixth, Bundaberg. Winning time, 8 minutes 14.55. The margins 17.80 and 2.85.
And Lizzie, it's a doddle this morning with 10-minute intervals.
It's fabulous. Folks, we can bore you rigid, and I can almost certainly promise you that there'll be references to other sports during the commentary this morning.
Well, this one's an outdoor sport, Lizzie. Some of the ones that we like wouldn't be going on in this weather.
That's very true. I must admit, I quite like weather like this, but I do feel a little concerned for athletes that will get cold, because it's not just rain, it's wind as well. So just make sure if you're out there rowing that you wrap up, look after yourselves, make sure you have got a change of clothing with you if you're watching on the live stream and haven't come down to the course yet. And if you are some of our fabulous supporters, there were so many people here yesterday cheering, it was awesome. So make sure you bring your Mac. Yes. Bring your brolly, wear your wellies.
British background showing out. You're loving this weather. Bring your Mac.
I know how you cope with
your
this
Wellington
weather.
boots. Yes.
Your Mac, your wellies and your brolly.
So the under-17 women's double scull are in the starters' hands, Lizzie. This is the final of that event.
In lane 2, we have Canberra Grammar, Hannah Griffiths and Estella Robertson, coached by Alan Carey. In lane 3, Trinity Lutheran College from Queensland, Lily Fruin and Isabel Clifford, coached by Eric Rowan. In lane 4, from Commercial Rowing Club of Queensland, Lila Meredith and Sienna Becker, coached by David Van Das, Roth Batho and Gary Townsend. In lane 5, from Fremantle Rowing Club, Juliet Kelly, Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy and their coaches Keely Atchinson. In lane 6, from Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club of Queensland, Eva Hosking and Astrid Thomas, coached by Nigel Stubbs and Maddie Pakila. And in lane 7, from Bunbury and Fremantle Rowing Clubs, Sina Metzger and Sophia Cross, coached by Cameron Fowler and Keely Atchison. Just had a good regatta, Keely.
They would be overwhelming favourites at Bunbury Fremantle crew, I would think, based on their performances in the single sculls and the obviously been heat winners to get through to lane 7. It's quite eerie, that shot from the start.
It is, isn't it? It looks like it's monochrome.
Yeah, it does.
It's very atmospheric.
And they're underway, Lizzie, in this first of the under-17 women's double scull final. And they've been going for something like 13 seconds. And a crew in the commercial crew, Lila Meredith and Sienna Becker, have got away well. But as I said, the favourite for the event would be the Sina Metzger and Sophia Cross crew in Station 7. Umpires launch, no, in fact, it's a safety boat coming in behind them. May well be the umpire's launch, it's just not a catamaran. And some zonal umpiring there. I can see an umpire's boat about 300 metres down or 250 metres down, and that boat is now coming in behind this first able-bodied event as the crews come more clearly into view, and the Brisbane and GPS crew going quite well also, Eva Hosking and Astrid Thomas in the early stages. So on the far side of the course, the car parks side of the course, as cars continue to run in here this morning, all with their lights on, emphasising how eerie it is. It's the crew from Canberra Grammar on that side of the course, closest to the commentary side, and the spectator side, it is the Brisbane and GPS and Bunbury composite crews, with the Brisbane and GPS crew the leaders on this side of the course, and Canberra Grammar clearly the leading boat on the far side of the course. Commercial in Station 4 poking their bow through into contention as well, and beside them are the Fremantle crew, Juliet Kelly and Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy. Anson Nahoy, I think a brother rowing as well, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, we've seen their names a few times now, haven't we? This is closer than I think we expected.
Certainly, I made the prediction that the crew in lane 7 were overwhelming favourites. That's about how my punting's going.
Oh dear.
So it is Brisbane and GPS that leads.
Oh, no.
2:01.61, and Canberra Grammar. Oh, there's lane 4 Commercial have had a problem there, and they've stopped rowing.
Good. So the crews that have gone through the preliminary rounds have been seeded as they've come into the final according to the prevailing wind conditions. And what that means is that lane 7 is essentially the crew that has gone the fastest or placed the highest. And that is one of the other reasons why we favoured the Bunbury Composite from lane 7. But as you can see from the screen, the wind is a little blustery, blowing around a bit, and so there is absolutely no reason for any crew coming into the final, even if the lanes have been seeded, to think that that means that they're not going to place. We've seen plenty of crews come through from what is considered to be a less favourable lane in the wind conditions. And later on today we have some straight finals, and in those straight finals, because there's no race for lanes due to the request of athletes to not bother with that because it just makes the regatta longer, it does mean that people are just randomly placed into lanes according to a random draw, which is the fair way to do that. So it'll be interesting to see.
As 3 ducks take off, those 2 doubles go either side of the 3 ducks.
It's all happening here at Champion Lakes in Perth this morning.
It's a bit a Stuart Mackenzie at Henley scenario there with the ducks taking off.
So those are the colours of Brisbane and GPS, are they?
That are leading, yes, and the Commercial crew has stopped rowing. It looked like the lass in the bow seat.
They either liberated a lobster.
Yes.
And liberated a lobster and then got punched in the stomach by the oar, or something's happened to the equipment.
Liberated a lobster, for those on course, is the new PC version instead of catching a crab.
Thanks to a letter to the chairman of British Rowing by the programme manager at the Organisation for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, who thinks that catching a crab is, or indicates that catching a crab is actually a cruel thing to do.
So Brisbane and GPS, 4 minutes 12.91, 1.91 seconds clear of Bunbury and Fremantle in second place. Then the Fremantle crew in third place. So not much between first and third, but certainly not much at all between first and second, with the crews in station 6 and 7.
And certainly that Bunbury Composite is going back to the second half of the race.
Yep, it's just whether they can peg back that almost 2-second lead. And the Brisbane and GPS crew hanging on to that lead they established in the early stages tenaciously at the moment, and they need to, because Metzger and Cross have had some terrific form to date in the event. So lanes 6 and 7, 7 and 6 fighting it out. Fremantle in lane 5, holding down third place. Lane 4 Commercial had stopped rowing, like an illness in the bow seat. And then back to Canberra Grammar would be in 4th position, and 5th would be the Trinity Lutheran crew in station 3. The Lily Fruin and Isabel Clifford, coached by Eric Rowan.
And they are starting to come into view, as we have been watching on our
Lane 7 has put their bow in front, I would suggest.
Yeah. So on the live screen and on the big screen here, which I suspect nobody is going to come and watch at the moment, this morning's weather. I've got to say though, there's a good coffee truck at the bottom of the finish tower, if anybody wants to try another coffee place here at the course. But on the big screen and on the live screen there, you can see the cameras following these crews as they come into the last 500 metres of the course.
And I'm thinking it may be a Western Australian Quinella, as Bunbury Fremantle have got their bow in front now, and there's very little to choose between Brisbane and GPS and Fremantle, just 0.31 between those two boats. Then back to Canberra Grammar in 4th place, and the crew from Trinity Lutheran on the Gold Coast, coached by Eric Rowan, are in 5th place. The umpire's launch is keeping up with the racing. I'm sure the rescue boat that was following the race earlier stayed with the commercial crew that was in distress in the first 1,000 metre mark.
I must congratulate Rowing WA. They've been really good with rescue boats and having people monitoring the training lake as well. It's hard, you need an army of volunteers to do that, and it's been really impressive how many people have come across the country, but particularly the WA rowing community. So thank you. You've made us all feel so welcome. It's been great, and I just feel sorry for WA that the weather's not wonderful.
Yeah. Kudos to Sarah Black, who's been the recruitment manager for volunteers and the volunteer manager over the last 12 months as we've prepared for this event.
Hear, hear. I echo that. She's done a great job.
So the crew in Station 7, the favourites for the event, will get the gold medal, but it's still the Brisbane and GPS crew are coming back at that Fremantle crew that had moved into second place, and Brisbane and GPS are not going to give up that silver medal without a fight. Then across in fourth place is Canberra Grammar. Trinity Lutheran will be fifth, and Commercial may not finish the event, but they were bravely soldiering on despite the illness that appeared in that boat. But a big win coming up for Sina Metzger and Sophia Cross, her second gold medal. Sophia Cross in this Australian Rowing Championships. They'll get the gold medal in Station 7, and Brisbane and GPS have fought back doggedly. They'll get the silver, Eva Hosking and Astrid Thomas. Very brave effort from them. Fremantle will finish in third place, Juliet Kelly and Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy. So it's lane 7, 6, 5 in that order. Fourth will be lane 2, Canberra Grammar. Fifth will be lane 3, Trinity Lutheran. And I would suggest that Commercial may not finish.
Oh, it turned into a great race, confirming the results of the final of the Under-17 women's double scull. It was a win for Bunbury and Fremantle, Sina Metzger and Sophia Cross. Second, Brisbane and GPS, Eva Hosking and Astrid Thomas. And third, Fremantle, Juliet Kelly and Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy. Fourth, Canberra Grammar. Fifth, Trinity Lutheran. And we have yet to see whether Commercial will complete the course, but it looked most unlikely. The presentation of medals for the PR3 Para Mixed Double Scull. The medals will be presented by Chad King, Rowing Australia Head Coach, Para Rowing. Third place and bronze medalists representing the University of Queensland Boat Club and Drummoyne Rowing Club, Julia Story and Mac Russell. Second place and silver medalists representing the Southport School and Banks Rowing Club, Susanna Lutzi from Banks and Toby Gossassen from the Southport School. Medalists and national champions representing Hunter Valley Grammar School and Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Lisa Greisel and Harrison Nichols. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our Australian champions and medalists in the PR3 Mixed Double Scull.
So the under-17 men's double scull final is underway, Lizzie.
It is, and we've got Radford College in lane 2, represented by Hamish Gaydon and Hamish Whittier, coached by William Hatcher, Maximilian Mayer and Gordon Marks. In lane 3, Prince Alfred College from South Australia, Louis Dawson and Max Garnett, coached by Amanda Tidswell. In lane 4 from Bunbury, Eckhart Bosman and Alexander Clements, coached by Cameron Fowler. In lane 5 from Tasmania University, Noah Haas and Henry Maining. In lane 6 from the Southport School, Matthew Coleman and John Annetto, coached by Ian Hawley and John Smythe. And in lane 7 from Hunter Valley Grammar School, Vaughan Henderson and Luke Purdy, coached by Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop. So straight away we've got colleagues of those who have just received medals in the PR3 mixed double. And again, it is to all the school coaches, please keep an eye out, because you've probably got athletes rowing in your school programme who've got impairments that would qualify them for para rowing, and we're really looking forward to finding those athletes.
Absolutely.
As we strengthen the team for Paris, LA and Brisbane.
So the Tasmanian University crew, Noah Haas and Henry Manning. Noah Haas trying to do a Sophia cross and get 2 doubles. Have a look at them. They're getting close together here. On the far side of the course. Prince Alfred College and Radford College just about ready to clash there. As in the middle of the course, the Tasmanian University Boat Club crew starts to move away, and on the far side of the course there, the Prince Alfred College crew and the Radford College crew sharing a lane, let's say, diplomatically.
And you know what? It's neither one nor the other that's at fault. Both of them are really struggling with these choppy conditions, aren't they?
Yes, exactly. But,
and so for those who aren't familiar with rowing, you can see on the screen now perfectly, you've got 4 blades. So each person has an oar in each hand, or what we call a blade in sculling. So trying to get all 4 blades into the water at exactly the same time, and preferably the same depth, so that the boat goes straight, is actually far more difficult than you think. And this is why this is a sport for older people, not for youngsters, but for people who've got a bit more skilled, poor things, a bit more skill development, so they can actually control that. They're not having the best race of their lives.
No, they're not having much fun out there at all, those poor guys from Prince Alfred College. They just caught a massive, I'll say a crab.
But good on them, because look, they're giving it another go. I was just wondering if Louis Dawson is related to Angus Dawson.
Possibly. South Australian. May well be. But the crew from Tasmanian University, Noah Haas and Henry Manning, again, a request at Tasmanian University, the next time the Nationals are on, put your coaches' names on your entries if you would, please.
Yeah, you're doing a great job, and we want to know who you are.
And Hunter Valley Grammar, Vaughan Henderson and Luke Purdy, they've had a good regatta, both of them, coached by Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop. And in the middle is the crew from the Southport School, Matthew Coleman and John Annetto, coached by Ian Hawley and John Smythe. On the far side of the course, Radford College, Hamish Gaydon and Hamish Whittier, coached by William Hatcher, Maximilian Mayer and Gordon Marks. The Prince Alfred College crew, Louis Dawson and Max Garnett, coached by Amanda Tidswell. And Bunbury, Eckhart Bosman and Alexander Clements are coached by Cameron Fowler. But it is the crew from Tasmanian University in those bright red colours, the bright red boat, have got that boat in the lead. But the Hunter Valley Grammar crew is mowing them down at the moment in Station 7. The Southport School are in 3rd position at the moment, but they're under some pressure from the Bunbury crew and the Radford College crew. So it's lane 7 going to the lead now, Hunter Valley Grammar over the Tasmanian University crew that led for the first 1,000 metres as we go past the earthworks for the new housing development. It's sitting up nicely, nice and long, sharp catches, and it is the crew from Hunter Valley Grammar. They've put a couple of lengths into Tasmanian University in that all-important 3rd 500. The Southport School a further 3.75 seconds back as another trailer arrives, or is that one leaving?
I think it's I saw the NTC trailer loading earlier. Might be them leaving.
Might be leaving. Getting an early start. Don't use up all the diesel. I'll need some on Monday. So yes, the Hunter Valley Grammar crew just sat back off the lead there for the first 1,000 metres. They've made a push in the third 500 and are moving away and are right on with the job here over the Tasmanian University crew. Southport on the charge there, trying to get into that silver medal position if they can. Then back to the crew from Bunbury, the local hopes there in fourth place. Radford College fifth, and Prince Alfred College has recovered from a few dirty strokes at 500 or 600 metres ago and finishing well.
And their coach, Prince Alfred College, is Amanda Tidswell, who was a lightweight rower for Australia at the World Championships and the Commonwealth Games. She is pretty gutsy person herself, and I think she'll be really proud of the way that they have come back here. She's got kids who compete in BMX, and you've got to be I think
crazy.
You've got to be very crazy. That's one way of putting it. Yeah, but I think, just judging by how brave her kids are and how fearless they are, that's the word, fearless.
Yes.
Yes, so good on you, Prince Alfred College. Stuff like that happens, and it's not what happens, it's how you deal with it.
Exactly. And that is the Hunter Valley Grammar crew. Another win for the Hunter Valley Grammar area. And across they go on this stroke. Hunter Valley Grammar first. Tasmanian University will be second.
That's
about a length and a quarter in front of the Southport school. So Tas Uni second, Southport just over a length behind in the bronze medal position. Fourth will be Bunbury, fifth will be Radford College, and sixth will be Prince Alfred College in a time of 7:52.71.
Confirming the results of the final of the Under-17 men's double scull, a win for Hunter Valley Grammar School. Hort Henderson and Purdy. Second, Tasmania University, Hass and Maining. Third, the Southport School, Coleman and Onetto. Fourth, Bunbury. Fifth, Radford College. Sixth, Prince Alfred College. Winning time 7 minutes 52.71. The presentation of medals for the Under-17 Women's Double Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Rachel Taylor, Sydney 2000 Olympics silver medalist. In third place and bronze medalist, Fremantle Rowing Club. Juliet Kelly. Stroke Charlotte Hansen Nahoy. And their coach Keely Atchison. Second place and silver medalist, Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club. Eva Hosking. Astrid Thomas, and the crew was coached by Nigel Stubbs and Maddie Pakila. Gold medalists and national champions representing Bunbury and Fremantle, Sina Metzger from Fremantle Rowing Club. Sophia Cross from Bunbury Rowing Club. The crew was coached by Cameron Fowler and Keely Atchison. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the Under-17 Women's Double Scull.
Under-19 women's double scull final on the course now, Lizzie.
How exciting. We've got Yara Yara in lane 2, Zara Kfouri and Sophia Miller. They've been exceptional this regatta. They're coached by David Otchert. In lane 3, St Patrick's of Townsville, Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke, coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen-Burke. In lane 4 from Commercial, Emma Searle and Paris Reed, coached by David Vandas. In lane 5 from Centenary and the University of Queensland Boat Club, Eliza Bridgefoot and Sophie Malcolm, coached by Gus Rodero and Ben Southwell. In lane 6 from Loreto Kirribilli School in New South Wales, Alyssa Fickers and Elizabeth Carey, coached by Lachlan Allen and Larissa Biesenthal. And in lane 7 from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise and Centenary Rowing Club, Lucy McFarlane and Remy Neville. They're coached by Chris Holliday, Duncan Free and Michael Opstelton.
And as you read out the Centenary Composite crew, they hit the lead in the third through the 1500 metre mark, and they're now 2.31 seconds. They were back in second place behind Loreto Kirribilli, and great to see Larissa Biesenthal coaching now that she lives back in Australia.
Yeah, she was coaching at Sydney University Boat Club, but I think her passion really lies in school rowing, and her daughter is at this school, so it's all just really, and they live over there on the northern beaches, so it's aligned beautifully for her to move to Loreto Kirribilli, working with Lachlan Allen, who's been the coordinator of rowing there for quite some time now. These are two very talented athletes, Alyssa Fickers and Elizabeth Carey, and I would expect to see them really challenge for that gold medal.
Well, they led early, that's for sure, but Eliza Bridgefoot, who won the single yesterday, and Sophie Malcolm, who's been placed in the single in previous years, coached by Gus Rodero and Ben Southwell, so they're Queensland Academy of Sport athletes, and they've taken that lead in the third 500 and are going right on with the job now. They're putting a gap in the rest of the field. Loreto Kirribilli clearly in second place, but a challenge coming from St Pat's of Townsville, I'd suggest. Now, those two girls had a great regatta at Lake Ngambie last year, Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke. They were in a number of finals, both under 17 and schoolgirl finals, and they look like they're going to get a bronze medal here. They've travelled the furthest to come to the regatta, and they're going to go home with some hardware by the looks of it. So it's Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise are back in fourth place then, but it is the University of Queensland Boat Club and Centenary Rowing Club that's going to win the under-19 women's double scull. Sophie Malcolm in the stroke seat, Eliza Bridgefoot in the bow seat. Across the line they go. Loreto Kirribilli will be second, Alyssa Fickers and Elizabeth Carey. Third will be the St Pat's Townsville crew of Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke, coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen-Burke. Fourth will be Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise Centenary. Fifth then will be Yara Yara, and sixth will be the crew from Commercial, Emma Searle and Paris Reed.
Confirming the results then as our final crew approaches the line. In the under-19 women's double scull, it was a win for Centenary, University of Queensland, Eliza Bridgefoot and Sophie Malcolm, both at the QAS. Second, Loreto Kirribilli, Alyssa Fickers and Elizabeth Carey. And third, St Patrick's College Townsville, Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke. Fourth, Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise Centenary Composite. Fifth, Yara Yara, and crossing the line now in sixth, Commercial. The winning time, 8 minutes 36.27. The margins, 7.86 and 4.47.
Despite the gusty conditions, at times are a little better than on the days when it was
The presentation of medals for the Under-17 Men's Double Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Rachel Taylor, Sydney 2000 Olympic silver medalist. Third place and bronze medalists representing the Southport School, Matthew Coleman and John Anetto. This crew was coached by Ian Hawley and John Smythe. Second place and silver medalists, Tasmania University Boat Club, Noah Haas and Henry Maining. medalists and champions in the under-17 men's double scull, Hunter Valley Grammar School. Vaughan Henderson and Luke Purdy. The crew was coached by Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our national champions and medalists in the under-17 men's double scull.
So well done, Lizzie, and the athletes getting their medals there. Just look a little chilly. It's not that chilly up here in the commentary box.
Sad. Well, I don't know. I've got my jacket on.
The under-19 men's double scull for the Tim Hawkins Memorial Trophy, and it's underway.
In lane 2, we have a composite of Charles Raden from Corio Bay and Caelan Routley from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, coached by Amos Noon and Lee Hall-Sullivan. In lane 3, from Marist College in the ACT, Darcy James and Jessie Rosin. They're coached by Tom Krieber and Dave Framano at the ACT High Performance Programme. In lane 4, from Sydney Rowing Club, Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 5, from Fremantle Rowing Club, Austin Vincent and Oscar Lurie, coached by Kevin Neville. In lane 6, from Nudgee College and the Southport School, Costa Karathanasopoulos and Chad Willett. And in lane 7, from Mossman Rowing Club, Oscar Shiel-Gamborg and Dion Hansen, coached by Kieran Kabelki.
One of our closer races, Lizzie, right across the field there. The scullers in station 5, the Fremantle crew are right in the mix here, and this is for the Tim Hawkins Memorial Trophy. For those of you new to rowing, Tim Hawkins was the only Tasmanian to lose his life in the Bali bombing, and he had rowed for Australia. He had won the double scull, under-19 double scull. His big brother Stephen won a gold medal in 1992 in the double scull with Peter Anthony. And as I say, Tim was the only Tasmanian to lose his life in the Bali bombing, sadly. But, his dad, Stephen Sr., and his mum were heavily involved in rowing in Tasmania for a long, long time. And it's appropriate that the trophy is named after him. So it is the Fremantle crew that's gone to the lead now. The crew from Mossman had a dirty stroke or two and lost the lead. Mossman moved into the lead, just 0.77. And then follows Nudgee, Southport, Marist College, Sydney Rowing Club and Lake Macquarie, Corio Bay. Composite is at the rear of the field. That's an interesting combination. Corio Bay in Geelong and Lake Macquarie in New South Wales.
It is. Caelan Routley's performed very well over the last couple of seasons under the coaching of Amos Noon. And I can't remember how it was they got together, but they've certainly formed a really good double. So
Lee Hall-Sullivan does a good job down at Corio Bay.
He sure does, yep.
Oh, yes, down there.
Oh, it looks very wobbly.
Yes, it does look very wobbly just at the moment, that's for sure. So the three doubles on this side of the course are the ones favoured, of course, because of the preferred lane draw. I do note that the crew moved the in lane 6 and the crews in lane 2 are actually rowing in lane 1.
Okay, to try and even it out a bit,
Try and even it out as much as you possibly can.
Right,
so
it seems to be working as well.
Yeah, and I think the Mossman crew have recovered from that earlier mishap, but it is very close now between 5, 6 and 7. But I'd suggest Mossman has recovered and got their bow back in front now.
Now, they've been an exceptional double throughout the season, and I think we'll see them racing. We saw them yesterday racing in a coxed quad for school, and they're very powerful, and as I say, they've performed exceptionally well in the New South Wales regattas through the season, and they look as though they got their mojo back now, and they're on a roll.
And of course, their coach could scull a bit as well, Kieran Kabelki.
Just a little bit, and they're also co-coached by Tom Schramko.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Well, that's great to see Tom back involved.
Yes, it certainly is. He's back there at Mossman, where he always used to row under Nick Garrett, and working with Kieran Kabelki, which is really lovely because Nick was always really big on development, and both Kieran and Tom came through that development pathway with the wonderful late Nick Garrett, who we all
Miss
Still
greatly.
miss. Yes, yeah,
greatly.
exactly. In fact, I think all us coaches talk about him all the time.
Yes, and
of course, he was from WA. So
I presented the Steve Hinchy Trophy yesterday, and Steve and Nick died on the same date,
did they really?
a year apart.
I did not know that.
The 8th of July, yes.
Right, there we go.
So the Mossman Scullers, as you say, Oscar Shield Gamborg and Dion Hansen, coached by Kieran Kabelke, ably assisted by Tom Schramko, thank you for that information, Lizzie, have got the lead over the Nudgee and Southport Composite crew, Costa Karathanasopoulos and Chad Willett. And then in third place is the Fremantle crew, Austin Vincent and Oscar Lurie. Chad Willett stroked the Australian under-19 quad scull at last year's under-19 World Championships on Lake Verazy. Unfortunately, they didn't make the final. But I did get to meet his mum and dad, George and Raylene, lovely people from up in central Queensland. But at the moment it is the crew from Mossman who are going to lead all the way. Big, strong crew over the St Joseph's College Nudgee and Southport School Composite crew in second place. They'll get the silver medal. The local hopes Fremantle will finish in the bronze medal position.
Well, they're being challenged, are they not? By not enough.
Fourth will be the
Morris
crew
College.
from Marist College ACT, Darcy James and Jesse Rosen, coached by Thomas Krieber and David Framano. But Mossman recovered from a mishap and are going to win just over a length on the line. Nudgee Southport second, Fremantle third, fourth Marist College Canberra. Fifth then will be Sydney Rowing Club, Jackson Gersoff and Maxim Maloney, and then at the rear will be the Lake Macquarie Composite crew.
Confirming the results of the under-17 men's double scull racing for the Tim Hawkins Memorial Trophy. A win for Mossman Rowing Club, Oscar Shield Gamborg and Dion Hansen. Second, Nudgee College Southport School, Costa Karathanasopoulos and Chad Willett. Third, Fremantle, Austin Vincent and Oscar Lurie. Fourth, Marist College ACT, fifth, Sydney, and sixth, Lake Macquarie Corio Bay. Winning time 7 minutes 42.97, the margins 2.95 and 6.22. The presentation of medals for the Under-19 Women's Double Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Rachel Taylor, Sydney 2000 Olympic silver medalist. Third place and bronze medalists, St Patrick's College, Townsville. Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke. The crew was coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke. Second place and silver medalists, Loretto Kiribili, Alyssa Fickers and Elizabeth Carey. The crew was coached by Lachlan Allen and Larissa Biesenthal. Gold medalists and national champions. Representing Centenary and the University of Queensland Boat Club and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Eliza Bridgefoot and Sophie Malcolm. The crew was coached by Augustin Radiro and Ben Southwell. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our national champions and medalists in the Under-19 Women's Double Scull.
So the Under-19 Women's Coxless 4 will be our next final, and we can see that the crews are in the start pontoons, and at least one of them struggling a little to get their bow pointing really into the wind.
Yeah, once the wind's caught your bows like that, it's so hard, isn't it? So that's lane 3. Kinross Walleroy just struggling a bit to get the boat ready for the start. So we We probably won't be starting for a couple of minutes yet. In the Kinross Walleroy School crew, we have Jemima Scammell. She's come in for Xanthi Staniforth. And Millie Lane, who's come in for Sophie Lulf. Olivia Searle is at 3, and Ayla Ryan is in the stroke seat, and the crew is coached by Andrew Gannon. In lane 4, we have a composite, an interesting one actually, a composite of Swan River and Cand. So in the bows, Stephanie Potmer and Isabella Edinger for Swan River, and in the stern, Molly Salisbury and Lillian Slatter from Cand Rowing Club. The crew's coached by Mark Beer from Swan River, Scott Rowe and Michael Hinsley from Cand. In lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar School from the ACT, Alex Parry Dalton, Claudia Bridgewater, Eliza Lilly and Abby Davis, who are coached by Caroline Pipers. In lane 6, the composite between the University of Queensland and Buckingham Rowing Club. Isabel Allen from UQ, Hannah Riches from Buckingham, Georgia Montague and Minea Bishop from UQ, and the crew is coached by the head coach at the University of Queensland Boat Club, Phil Bourguignon. In lane 7, we have a composite of Greta Spencer from Swan River, Lila Fieve from Fremantle, Victoria Binns from Adelaide University, and Diana Macalino from Adelaide University. The crew is coached by Mark Beer, Tom Doornbos, and Alex Thompson, and I'm pretty sure that Victoria and Deanna are in the state crew for South Australia.
And Victoria Binns may well be leading the number of kilometres covered for the regatta, I reckon. I think we mentioned this last year, and someone actually was able to send us through some thing on social media.
A Strava record or something?
Yeah. Well, someone who had actually covered the most miles, or most kilometres, should I say. But it is the under-19 Women's Coxless 4, and the crews are having a little trouble at the start there. Key is to get your bow into the wind. And the 3 M-packers in the middle have all got their bows into the wind, there's no doubt about that. And the blue boat from Kinross Walleroy, and yes, that's good. We've got the 2-seat has passed her all forward to the 3-seat. No, keep doing it. Don't stop, don't stop. And we're away. Well done to the aligner and the starter. The starter up there at the moment is Chris Simons. And Duncan McKinnon's up there as well, and control chief up there, Brett Wolford. So well done to the start people for getting that race underway so promptly as soon as the crews were in line. It's Kinross Walleroy who are closest to the car park side of the course. Canned Swan River Composite, again Telstra's been the winner out of that one. Lots of phone calling going on. Lillian Slatter, Molly Salisbury, Isabella Edinger and Stephanie Potmer. I was talking to Molly Salisbury's mum and dad downstairs yesterday, Rob and Anita, from a property in Monto in Queensland. Canberra Girls Grammar doing well. Caroline Pipers doing a great job at Canberra Girls Grammar. University of Queensland, Buckingham, another Telstra winner there. UQBC, Isabella Allen. Hannah Riches of Buckingham Rowing Club. Georgia Montague and Minea Bishop, both from University of Queensland Boat Club. And then Adelaide University from Mantle, Swan River. Greta Spencer of Swans. Lila Fieve of Fremantle. Victoria Binns of Adelaide Uni. Deanna Macalino of Adelaide Uni, coached by Mark Beard, Tom Doornbos and Alex Thompson. I wonder if Fremantle Rowing Club was even going when Lila Fieve's dad was rowing.
There you go. It's quite a new one then, is it? Quite a young one?
Well, it may have been dormant. I'm not sure. I'm not overly familiar. But of course, we all knew Swans and A&A and all of those sort of clubs with rich histories here.
And to me, it really was put on the map for me by Annabelle McIntyre, because she's, such a great rower and a staunch supporter and, proud wearer of the Fremantle Zooty in that...
1886.
Thank you. We've got sleuth work going on here in the commentary team.
Third oldest in Western Australia. Well done, our investigative journalist, Richard Dorstein.
Now, we have got all of these under-19 events going on, and just a reminder that what the coaches will be looking for is how people combine together as they start to prepare for the junior national team trials, which will take place in April, I think, at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. I'm not sure that you can tell much from this other than tenacity and resilience, but they are important qualities in an international level rower.
Absolutely important. And
I promise you, if you were racing at the Paralympics in Tokyo, you saw weather like this. As you can ask Nikki about that when you interview her at lunchtime.
Yeah. So it's certainly tough going. We can see the University of Queensland Bucks crew there, the 3 University of Queensland Boat Club athletes in 2, 3 and 4, and the Buckingham from Tasmania rower in the bow seat.
And we can also see the umpire. So umpires are volunteers who undertake study to be boat race officials, and you can access that via your local state association or the Rowing Australia website. And then they sort of learn about the rules of racing, and they have a boat driver with them as well, as you can see. But quite important, their role is to ensure the race is run fairly and also look after the safety of the athletes. And when they're waving their white flag like that, they're just helping the athletes stay on course so that there are no collisions. That is easier said than done in a coxless 4, particularly in gusty conditions.
In conditions like this. Well, that umpire was umpire 5, Stuart McQuaid, who is from South Africa initially, but he lives on the Gold Coast now. He's a doctor, and he was mentored by the late Dr. Stephen Hinchy, actually, for his boat race official, and he's now an accredited national boat race official, maybe even FISA, I'm not sure, but he's done a great job with his officiating, Stuart McQuaid, there's no doubt about that. But it's the Adelaide Uni composite crew. We should give credit, it's Adelaide Uni, but Fremantle and Swan River, so the locals are in the lead. Over the University of Queensland and Buckingham in second place, Cairns, Swan River in third, then follows the Canberra Girls Grammar Crew in fourth place, and Kinross Wallaroi over on the far side of the course are in fifth place. But the favourites for the race, I suppose, although this looks like it was a random draw, Lizzie.
It almost does, doesn't it? But I agree with you, the favourites for the race in lane 7, but I'm impressed by the rowing of that University of Queensland composite crew. They're looking long, they're staying relaxed in tricky conditions, and these are not conditions to rate at high, to put lots of strokes in. You need long, powerful strokes, and make sure you just keep that boat moving through difficult water.
Yeah, well, they row on the...
Progressing well.
3 of them row on the Brisbane River, so they'd be used to this.
That's true.
And of course, their coach Phil Bourguignon spent a lot of time in England, in London in particular, and he'd be used to these sort of conditions as well. But he was a UQBC rower himself in days gone by, and actually David Morich, who's coaching for Swan River, and Phil used to row together.
Yes.
I think that was last century.
Dave, who's on the WA rowing team, so I'm afraid he's turned. He's turned.
Yes, I did say to his wife when I saw that he'd gone there that, does he even use terms like over east? And she said, yes, he does. But when he trades in Bundaberg rum and coke for a carton of Emu lager, she's going for an intervention.
Oh, good on you, Belinda.
And they came over here many years ago, and Belinda's got a very successful career as a lawyer.
She has, and she's also, I believe, a chair of I think it's the Aboriginal Heritage Council that do really interesting work, and she has been enormously helpful in us making sure we're using the right language and the right terms for the local custodians of the lands and waters on which we are gathering today.
I think she was a Somerville House student, I think, if my memory serves me correctly.
So they've come through the 500-metre mark now in the Adelaide University composite of Greta Spencer, Lila Fieves, Victoria Binns and Deanna Macalino continue to lead over the University of Queensland Buckingham composite of Isabel Allen, Hannah Riches, Georgia Montague and Minea Bishop. Sitting in third still, the Cand and Swan River composite of Stephanie Potmer, Isabella Edinger, Molly Salisbury and Lily Slatter, making steady progress now in challenging conditions.
Yes, so we can see that composite crew that's leading, Greta Spencer from Swans,
And there is some 10 to 12 seconds between each crew, so it really is about not having a mishap, really, so that you don't have a boat stopper.
Greta Spencer from Swans in the 3-seat, Lila Fieve in 2-seat, and the Adelaide University scullers sweepers are on either end, stroke and bow, as they come close to the judge. So Adelaide University, Fremantle, Swan River are going to have a convincing win in this event. In second place will be the University of Queensland Buckingham Rowing Club from Tasmania composite crew. In third place will be the canned Swan River crew. And as Lizzie said earlier, the two canned athletes in the stern pair, the two Swan River athletes in the bow pair, and then back in fourth place is the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar, and Kinross Wallaroi have had a mishap and have pulled off to the side from what I can see. But an all-the-way win to Adelaide University, Fremantle, Swan River, and the hands go up. They're very excited with the win. And good rowing in the conditions for under-19s. Well done to all of these crews. University of Queensland Bucks will be second. Canned Swan River will be third. Canberra Girls Grammar will be in fourth place. It's a composite crew. As you heard, it is a straight Canberra Girls Grammar crew. And there is no sign of the Kinross Wallaroi crew. They were having lots of difficulty at the start, and maybe that difficulty continued. There they are. Now I can see them. There's a little peloton over there near them.
Oh, good on them.
Yeah, well done to fight their way through the tricky conditions and get across the line. So well done to that.
And that will make them fifth in the country in the under-19 women's 4. So confirming the results then of the under-19 women's coxless 4, a win for Adelaide University Fremantle Swan River Composite. Second, the University of Queensland Buckingham Composite. And third, the canned Swan River Composite. Fourth, Canberra Girls Grammar. And fifth will be Kinross Wallaroi School. The winning time, 8 minutes 25.08. The margins, 12.34 and 11.39. So full marks for tenacity and resilience in this final of the under-19 women's coxless 4. Presentation of medals and the Tim Hawkins Memorial Trophy for the Under-19 Men's Double Scull Championship of Australia. The medals and trophy will be presented by Duncan Free OAM, dual Olympian and Beijing 2008 Olympic gold medalist. Bronze, third and bronze medalists from Mantle Rowing Club. Austin Vincent and Oscar Lurie. The crew was coached by Kevin Neville. Second and silver medalists, Nudgee College and the Southport School. Costa Karanathasopoulos from the Southport School and Chad Willett from St Joseph's Nudgee College. Gold medalists and national champions in the under-19 men's double scull, Mossman Rowing Club. Oscar Shield Gamboa, Dion Hansen. The crew was coached by Kieran Kabelke. Ladies and gentlemen, the Tim Hawkins Memorial Trophy is now being presented to Mossman by Duncan Free. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our national champions and medalists in the under-19 men's double scull.
The under-19 women's Cox 4 final is our next race, and it should be underway. I can't really see that it is.
I can see a rainbow though. That's pretty. No, they're there, but it looks a little bit choppy up the front there. Right, race number 430 on our programme, the final of the under-19 women's Cox 4. They'll be happy to have a Cox.
Yeah.
In lane 2 from Caulfield Grammar, Olive Pascoe, Annabelle Barnett, Emily Condron and Ella Maskiel, coxed by Ivy Jones and coached by our own Hannah Every Hall. In lane 3 from Ballarat Grammar, Alicia Walker, Ella Flamsteed, Lily Bryant and Perry Eaton. Their cox is Angie Gouty and their coach is Andy Tyndall. In lane 4 from Wesley College Victoria, Lauren Keneally, Caitlin Woods, Madeline Marquet Walker and Saskia Blackburn. Their cox is Indigo Walker and their coach is David Webster. In lane 5 from Seymour College of South Australia, Zali Grundnoff, Amelia Linton, Anya Felderhoff and Daisy Holland, coxed by Olivia Rhymes. In lane 6 from St Catherine's School in New South Wales, Jade Bliss, Erin Cara, Madeline Swain and Leela Gaston, coxed by Jasmine Abela, coached by Jared Watson, Richard Coakley and Georgia Shearer. And in lane 7 from Queenwood School, New South Wales, Chloe Driver, Charlotte Botha, Alexandra O'Brien and Imogen Gray, coxed by Chloe Giuretta, coached by Kieran Glynn, Ray Boyle and Alan Bennett.
And you are declaring a conflict of interest there, Lizzie, with your husband coaching that one crew?
Absolutely. Seeing a few mishaps here. I think the race has been stopped and will be brought back to the start again.
I think it was lanes 5 and 6 that ran into each other almost immediately after the start.
We're just saying, we're having a look at the live stream there, an absolutely incredible shot. Well, incredible from a picture point of view, not incredible from a rower and rower commentator's point of view, I must say. But really spectacular conditions here at Champion Lakes. And look, I've got to say, spirits are high. There's loads of people out there ready to cheer everybody on. The wind is slowly settling a little. Everybody's just come with, as we suggested, with their wellies, their brollies and their Macs.
And a good attitude.
And a good attitude. The kids are out there having a red hot go. They've turned themselves around and basically look like they've cleared off. Perhaps they don't want to rest.
I hope they've not cleared off. I hope they come back, but yeah, we'll see.
I'm just glad for them that they've got a Cox. Presentation of medals for the Under-19 Women's Coxless 4 Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Rachel Kinnemonth, Rowing Australia board member, chair of the High Performance Committee and Sydney Olympian. Third place and bronze medalists, Cand Rowing Club and Swan River Rowing Club. Stephanie Potmer from Swan River Rowing Club, Isabella Edinger from Swan River Rowing Club. Molly Salisbury from Cand Rowing Club and Lillian Slatter from Cand Rowing Club. The coaches of this crew were Mark Beer, Scott Rowe and Michael Hinsley. Second place and silver medalist representing the University of Queensland Boat Club and Buckingham Rowing Club. Isabel Allen from the University of Queensland Boat Club. Hannah Riches from Buckingham Rowing Club. Georgia Montague from the University of Queensland Boat Club. And Minea Bishop from the University of Queensland Boat Club. The crew coach is Phil Bourguignon. first place, national champions and gold medalists, Adelaide University Boat Club, Swan River Rowing Club and Fremantle Rowing Club. From Adelaide University, Victoria Binns. From Fremantle Rowing Club, Lila Fieve. From Swan River Rowing Club, Greta Spencer. And from Adelaide University Boat Club, Deanna Macolino. The crew is coached by Mark Beer, Tom Doornbos and Alex Thompson. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Under-19 Women's Coxless 4.
So we've had a successful restart in the Under-19 Women's Cox 4. That race is underway. Caulfield, as Lizzie said earlier, Caulfield Grammar in 2, Ballarat Grammar in 3, Wesley College 4, Seymour College 5, St Catherine School 6, and Queenwood have bolted right from the start. Chloe Driver, Charlotte Botha, Alexandra O'Brien, Imogen Gray, Chloe Duretta, the coxswain, and the coaches, Kieran Glenn, Ray Boyle and Alan Bennett. And they've opened up clear water over the rest of the field before the 500 metre mark. As Lizzie said earlier, it's quite an advantage being coxed in this particular weather. Queenwood in 156.46, two lengths clear of Ballarat Grammar in 500 metres. Then follows St Catherine School, Seymour College, Caulfield Grammar and Ballarat Grammar.
Really just snuck up that inside lane, Queenwood there, haven't they? And gotten right away from the rest of the field in that opening 500 metres.
They have. Welcome Chris McCarthy. After this race, I'll be giving away to Ben Homer. And Richard Dorsten is here frantically preparing medal presentation scripts. So we're all working hard. You may see that we're actually enjoying each other's company. We're having a bit of fun up here as well. It is a long week with 650 races. But it is the Queenwood School doing a great job there. And Alfie Young, the head coach at Queenwood. Second place, likely the St Catherine School, also from New South Wales. Jade Bliss, Erin Cara, Madeline Swain, Layla Gaston, Jasmine Abella, the coxswain, Jared Watson, Richard Coakley and Georgia Shearer is coaching that crew. And then you can see the crews in the dark colours there in the middle of the field. But none of these crews any match for the speed that the Queenwood crew is setting through the second 500 metres.
Definitely haven't been faltered as a result of that restart. No, good sign of a very professional crew, not letting those sort of things get in the way of a good bit of racing.
And the Davey Webster coach crew, the Wesley College crew, in the middle of the course there, trying to get into the mix for a medal. As we cross now to the Caulfield Grammar crew, coached by Hannah Every Hall. Coxswain just having to sit up there and get a better position. It would be difficult sitting in the coxswain seat in these choppy conditions. Uncomfortable, one would suggest. So 4:02.54 through the 1,000 metre mark, 10 seconds the lead over St Catherine's in second place. Then a good race for third. Ballarat Grammar goes through in third, Seymour College fourth, then follows Caulfield Grammar and the crew from Wesley College.
A good turnaround for Queenwood. So this Queenwood crew is half of their first 8, which placed second at the New South Wales Schoolgirls Head of the River 2 weeks ago. And the St Catherine's crew, which is currently trailing back in the provisional silver medal position by quite some margin, is half of the first 8, which took the gold medal at the Schoolgirls Head of the River in New South Wales. So Queenwood turning those results on in their head in the Coxed 4. And doing it with some form.
Absolutely, yeah. For coxswains at the regatta, the coach of Wesley College, David Webster, coxed the Australian lightweight 8 to win in 2011 at the World Championships in Lake Bled. And if you want to hear an outstanding performance for Coxing, you agree, Chris?
Yeah, one of the best Cox recordings, I think, that is available online. If only he hadn't bumped the microphone cord with about 100 metres to go, cut off the finish of them winning the World Championship there. But it was a great measured race, very calm Coxing.
And the crew stroked by Darren Purcell. And it was a wonderful performance. I think we won the lightweight 8 and lightweight 4 and the quad at that World Championship, the heavyweight quad at that World Championship.
That was the quad that was also a world's best time, I believe.
Yeah, at the time.
Gifted to them by the Germans catching a crab on the line.
Yes, exactly. Well, hang on, as a team manager, it didn't matter. It's a gold medal.
I believe I was watching those World Championships from home after being cut from rowing in Year 8. Yep.
Obviously, you weren't disappointed.
Just to make you feel young, Razor.
12 years ago.
Yep.
But this is a very polished performance by this Queenwood crew. And they've produced a number of national team athletes over the last few years as well.
They have. And I don't know exactly, but it's not a very common last name. Charlotte Botha in the Queenwood crew, her older sister, Tiffany, rowing in the New South Wales Youth 8 on Sunday.
Yep.
It's been having a great season at the Sydney University Boat Club thus far. So St Catherine's School at the 1500 metre mark. They were locked in a bit of a battle with Seymour College and Caulfield Grammar at the 1000 metre mark, and it was looking like maybe perhaps the minor medals were up for contention, but St Catherine's School easing out to about 9 seconds as well. So 11 seconds the margin first to second, 9 from second to third, and about 2 seconds then back to Caulfield Grammar in fourth place. So still a potential threat to the medals from Caulfield Grammar on the far side of the course. That
doing a great job to be over in Station 2 and be in the hunt for a medal. There's no doubt about that. And Hannah Every Hall, new to Caulfield Grammar, having been at Wesley for some time. Very successful athlete herself, and rode competitively as a younger person, had time off, came back as a masters rower, and the next thing she's back rowing seriously and winning Australian lightweight single scull championships, going to the Olympic Games, and going back to her native Victoria after a long time in Queensland. She ran the program at Somerville House, and she works for Pentathlon Australia. And her husband is Michael is at Caulfield Grammar as well. I think he might be the head of sport at Caulfield, but he used to work for Athletics Australia.
And doing some great work with the para-athletes in Victoria over the
she does, yes.
Olympiad as well.
So Queenwood leading St Catherine's. Then back in third place is a crew from Seymour College, coached by Cox by Olivia Rhymes. And with that fourth place now is getting hot. Have a look at it. Caulfield, Ballarat Grammar, Wesley College, stroke for stroke in the battle to be fourth in Australia from this event. But no doubt about our winners. Very, very polished display by Queenwood. Coxon's got the hands in the air. She's celebrating. So they won't be here for the medals. They have to go around and row into the under-21s final. St Catherine's School second, Seymour College third, Caulfield Grammar, have they answered the challenge? I'm not sure. Ballarat Grammar will finish sixth, Wesley College and Caulfield Grammar. Two former national team members, Hannah Every Hall, David Webster, coaching those crews, and it will be Hannah Every Hall's crew that'll be fourth, Caulfield Grammar fourth, Wesley College fifth, Ballarat Grammar School in sixth place, and I'll put down the microphone and Ben Homer will get off his phone and come and pick it up.
And as Ray Abbott departs us for a break, we're joined in the commentary box for the first time today by Ben Homer.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Just been copping a ribbing from Ray on the way through. Just just making sure that all the Rowing Australia social media is looking nice and neat for today. Just making sure I'm up to date with it all. Got to keep up to date with all of that leading into this day 5. And I'll let you take us through this field here because we've got another final.
Yeah, so the boys off to a nice clean start and some healthy margins starting to appear as well. So we've got race 431 on course now. The final, the under-19 men's Coxless 4 in lane 2, a composite of the West Australian Rowing Club, Swan River and Trinity College. We've got Jack Hansen-Nahoy from Trinity, Harry Salfinger from Swan River, Harper Davies also of Swan River, and Joshua Hankey of West Australia Rowing Club. Rockhampton Fitzroy in lane 3, represented by Thomas Miller, Finn Parr, Tristram, VC, Timothy Connor, and that crew coached by Kim and Bonnie Byrne. Lane 4, a composite of UTS Haberfield and Lake Macquarie. Patrick Stanley from Lake Macquarie, Zachary Hyde, Tom McGee and Cody Kearney of UTS, coached by Amos Noon and Judith Ungamak. In lane 5, a composite crew of University of Queensland, St Joseph's, Nudgee and the Southport School. We've got Benjamin Shuttlewood from Southport, Jack Mitchell from Nudgee and Finlay Harris and Bailey Clark of University of Queensland, Randall Martin and Peter Toon, the coaches. St Peter's College lining up in lane 6, Xavier Van Ooyen, Albert Howards, Hamish Scott Young, Tom Edwards and their coach James McRae. And in lane 7 from Brisbane Boys College we've got Mitchell Owen, Daniel Casham, Matthew Casham and Thomas Stevens, that crew coached by John Pettigrew. And at the 1500 metre mark it was that crew in lane 7 from Brisbane Boys who had really stolen a march on the rest of the field. 8.7 seconds the margin there as they come down into the last 250 metres of the course. They're coming at us thick and fast. Brisbane Boys College have led the entire way down the course and they'll continue to do so in fine form, rowing without the usual coxswain. It's a bit of a challenge for the schoolboys sometimes, but they're making fine work of it as they lead the crew. In lane 2 of all places on the other side of the course, the West Australian Rowing Club composite have come through with a late charge home and time their run to the post with perfection. They're a boat length clear of St Peter's College from Adelaide, who will be the bronze medalists, about 2 lengths clear of the combination in lane 5 from the University of Queensland. And the UTS Haberfield combination with Lake Macquarie Rowing Club will come across in 5th place. Just a little way back, and then the final crew on the course from Rockhampton Fitzroy, it does look like they perhaps had an issue earlier on in the race, just coming home to finish now in the last 300 metres or so of the course.
So Brisbane Boys winning that one, 7:19.20, the unofficial time. WA Rowing Club composite in 2nd with West Australian, Swan River, Trinity College in that boat, St Peter's College in 3rd. Rounding out our medalist in that under-19 men's Coxless 4. Finals in some pretty challenging conditions on day 5 of the Australian Rowing Championships. And we got the under-19 men's Coxed 4 on the course. We just had the Coxless 4, this the Coxed 4. So you'd expect it's going to be a little bit easier to keep these boats on the straight and narrow. As we've seen,
we did say that in the women's event, and we definitely didn't see anyone having an easier time of it off the start with a second restart in under-19 women's sweep rowing this week. A bunch of these girls may have been affected by a similar thing happening in the 8 on Wednesday afternoon, which to their credit, did leave us with a beautiful view of the sunset as we were here till about 6:15 on Wednesday evening. So all races rerun smoothly now as the under-19 men's Cox 4 gets underway and rapidly approaching the 500 metre timing point. In lane 2, another crew from Brisbane Boys College. That's Liam Crook, Joseph Tin, David Granson, Xavier Rubens, Bo Palmer, the coxswain, coached by John Pettigrew. In lane 3 from Hutchins in Tasmania, Charles Leesong, Rowan Sanderson, Falcon Palmer, Archie Stewart, Angus Watling, the cox, that crew coached by Andrew Palmer. In lane 4, Ballarat, Clarendon, Alexander Grove, Tristan Nijoff, Lachlan Clark, Jock Quartermain, James Tippett, the cox, and coached by Ian Peel. Wesley College in lane 5, we've got Charlie Johnson, James Hyde, Nicholas Bryan, Amos Kirk, coxed by Josh Pfefferkranz, coached by Tom Benefi. In lane 6 from Scotch Oakburn, Tasmania, Cameron Parker, Rupert McKenzie, Sam Brown, Matthew Russell, their cox, Percy Bennett, coached by James Russell and McLean Cameron. And in lane 7, The race favourites and the early race leaders for sure will be the St Augustine's crew, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Dougal McKenzie, Tane Potts, Joe Lynch, Oscar St Pierre, their Cox Ryder Taylor, that crew coached by Judith and Matthias Ungerbach. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-19 Women's Coxed 4. The medals will be presented by Rachel Kinnamon, Rowing Australia board member, chair of the High Performance Committee and Sydney 2000 Olympian. Second place and silver medalist, St Catherine's, represented by Jade Bliss, Erin Cara, Madeline Swain, Layla Gaston, their Cox, Jasmine Abella. The crew was coached by Jared Watson, Richard Coakley and Georgia Shearer. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the Under-19 Women's Coxed 4.
Alrighty, let's head back out onto the course. Under-19 men's Coxed 4. So, the times at the 1,000. St Augustine, supported by N-Swiss in first, 3:47.03. Scotch Oakburn in second place. Ballarat Clarendon only 0.74 further back in third. And then Hutchins in fourth, 1.95. So this gap is very, very tight between second, third and fourth. Wesley College further back in fifth, 4.09. Brisbane Boys 2.88 further back in sixth place. So, St Augustine's. That's Dougal McKenzie, Tane Potts, Joe Lynch, Oscar St Pierre, Ryder Taylor, the Cox. We know that crew is very, very strong. Some medals in that already this week. And they are in lane 7, so that lane is going to be very helpful on this very windy Friday, day 5 of the Australian Rowing Championships. They had a 4.2 second gap back to Scotch Oakburn, who are in lane 6. So this is going to be intriguing to see what it is at the 1,500 metre mark. One thing for sure is those minor medals are up for grabs, because it was a tight margin, second, third, back to fourth at the 1K mark. This is the 1,500 metre timing point.
So that's St Augustine's crew leading by 4.2 at the 1,000 metre timing point. We'll get an update on that as they come through the 1,500. It doesn't look to have extended by too much more. About 2 boat lengths or so as we the 5.36 seconds of margin back to Scotch Oakburn, who are a neat length, 3 and a bit seconds clear of Ballarat Clarendon, 2.5 seconds back to Hutchins in 4th, Wesley College in 5th place. So really strong effort there from Scotch Oakburn to hang on to this St Augustine's crew, which in all reality is a world-class under-19 Coxed 4, and we've seen them performing admirably throughout the regatta in both this event and the Schoolboy Coxed 4 heats yesterday evening. And they are commanding this race at the lead at the moment, but to have some slimmer margins than the previous few races we've seen, not only credits those crews in the previous few races, but also their competition today for hanging on so close in such tough conditions.
Well, 5 seconds was the gap at the 1500 between St Augustine's and Scotch Oakburn. And Scotch Oakburn are trying to close the gap. You can see Ballarat Clarendon, they're currently in 3rd place, but it's tight between Wesley and Hutchins for 4th. Out in front, still St Augustine's. They are pushing towards the Australian Championship and the under-19 men's Cox 4. We know the quality in that boat. Some medals already this week for the boys that are leading this race. Scotch Oakburn in 2nd, Ballarat Clarendon in 3rd, but Wesley College are also pushing for a bronze medal. And then Hutchins back in 5th now. Brisbane boys in 6th on the far side, but with 50 metres to travel. St Augustine's, they are nearly there. It's been a tough race, this one, into the headwind. They've just got a few more strokes and they're Australian champions. Scotch Oakburn in 2nd. It will be a fight to the end for the bronze medal, but it's gold to St Augustine, supported by Jens Swiss. Scotch Oakburn are going to win silver, and a wonderful finish from Wesley College. They have come from the clouds to snatch bronze in the under-19 men's Cox 4. Ballarat Clarendon ran out of steam, as did Hutchins, and Brisbane boys finish in 6th.
Some mighty tough racing there in the under-19 men's Cox 4. Those close-up shots really telling us what those athletes are going through, really having to work pretty hard for it out there today. So confirming the results there. St Augustine's national champions in the under-19 men's Cox 4. Scotch Oakburn silver medalist, Wesley College bronze, Ballarat Clarendon in 4th, Hutchins in 5th, and Brisbane Boys College in 6th place. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-19 men's Coxless 4. The medals will be presented by Jamie Fernandez, Rowing Australia Deputy Performance Director, 3-time Olympian and Sydney 2000 Olympic silver medalist. Third place and bronze medalists, St Peter's College. Represented by Xavier Van Ooyen, Albert Howard, Hamish Scott Young, Tom Edwards, and the crew coached by James McRae. Second place and silver medalists, a composite of the West Australian Rowing Club, Swan River Rowing Club and Trinity College. Crew represented by Jack Hansen-Nahoy, Harry Salfinger, Harper Davies, stroked by Joshua Hankey. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, Brisbane Boys College, represented by Mitchell Owen, Daniel Cashman, Matthew Cashman, and Thomas Stevens. Crew is coached by John Pettigrew. Please congratulate all of our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the under-19 men's Coxless 4.
Back on the course, we've got the under-21 women's double scull, and Sydney in lane 7, Laura Cypher and Liesl Page leading the way from Centenary Griffith University composite. They're in lane 5, 0.67 the difference, back to 0.30 In third, Pine Rivers Composite. So you can see those top three in this race very, very tight. So gold, silver and bronze, certainly not sealed, as you would expect 500 metres in, but this is going to shape up nicely, these top three crews in this race. You sense we're going to get an absolute battle. You can see how tough these conditions are. My goodness, it is blowing a gale down that far end of the course. I know it's not much better here at the finish, but you can see those boats doing it very, very tough. Chris, I tell you what, it's good being in the commentary box, I must say.
Good being in the commentary box.
That's all I can it's good weather to be in the commentary box.
Just had Stuart John drop in after his race in the PR3 mixed double earlier in the morning when it was still good weather for ducks, and he literally had no words. He has lost his voice, but he had no words about the conditions. He just looked at me and shook his head.
Well, actually, we're seeing this crew from Sydney University creep up. They were about 4 seconds further back at the 500, and they've made their move here. They have made their move around the 1,000 metre mark. Can they pull this back further? Yeah. This is the crew from ANU and Toowong and WA Rowing Club and Adelaide rounding out this field. They are out of contention, you would say, for the medals, but the top four, it's going to go down to the wire.
Yeah, we could have medals really coming from anywhere on the course here. 1.39 the margin first to second, Sydney to Centenary Griffith University, then 2.2 seconds back to the Pine Rivers and Griffith University Surfers Paradise Composite. I'm sure Ray Abbott will be down in the at the finish line in the hospitality suite to suggest Richard Dorstein cheering on Pine Rivers Rowing Club there, who are currently sitting in that provisional bronze medal position, represented there by Ella Smith.
There he is waving that dolphin scuff down there in the drinking some champagne. Yeah, good on you, Ray, leaving us to do the commentary. Here we go. So Ella Smith from Pine Rivers and Olivia Cook, they're in a good position there in third at the 1K. We're going to get the 1,500 metre time check very, very shortly.
So Liesl Page and Laura Cypher were leading and have been leading thus far, but they did look like under a little bit of pressure there in that third 500 metres. Saw them just struggling with a couple dirty strokes there. But, Laura Cypher having a very successful day yesterday. A bronze in the 21 heavyweight single, and then a gold in the 21 lightweight single, and then getting a 21 quad through in the pole qualifying position later in the afternoon. So we'll be looking to back up a successful Thursday with another successful Friday, adding to her swag of medals to take back to Sydney or perhaps even back to Rockhampton.
And you can see how strong the wind is by our camera here, doing a little bit of a dance at the 1,500 metre mark. Oh, look at that. Wow. So Cypher and Page leading the way, 6:50.52. That shows you how challenging these conditions are. It's almost, and this is with due respect to the rowers, because it's like watching a usual race in slow motion, isn't it, with this wind. And as Stuart so aptly put it, it is like rowing through honey. That is what it's like at the moment.
The honey was trying to attack you.
Depends if you put the honey in the microwave or not. How sticky is it? But this is pretty sticky stuff today, and we can see Sydney Rowing Club in first place at the moment. Those crews are the next best in this one. We've got the Pine Rivers Composite in 6th. They've just slipped back, and then Centenary and Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise Composite in 5. They're in a good spot. They look to be in 2nd by the naked eye. Back to Sydney University in 3rd. The Pine Rivers Griffith University Surfers Paradise Composite in 4th as it stands currently with 300 metres to travel. Georgina Tager and Tanika Webb in that West Australian Adelaide Composite. They're back in 5th. They're back in 6th, I should say, and then Gabrielle Geldart and Elena Moran from ANU, Geldart from Toowong. They are in 5th position at the moment, but pretty tight between those back two. They're out of medal contention, and you're probably saying Pine Rivers Composite. They are slipping off the pace as they enter the last 300 metres. Very, very tough going. And out in front, Sydney Rowing Club, Liesl Page and Laura Cypher, coached by Lachlan Carter, Felix Diu and Donovan Check. and they have got 100 metres to travel. There is a response coming from Centenary Composite, Sydney University in third, but Sydney have built themselves quite a substantial lead with about 100 metres to travel, and they are almost there for gold in the under-21 women's double scull. Centenary Composite with Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise in second, Sydney Uni in third. It looks as though we probably won't see a change in these positions with 50 metres to travel, but it will be Sydney Rowing Club who claim gold in the under-21 women's double scull. Liesl Page and Laura Cypher, the Australian champions, and Centenary Composite, Lindsay Calvert and Jessica Malcolm claim silver. Sophia Whiteman and Zoe Bond with bronze. And it's been a tough race for Pine Rivers. They are going to finish this one in fourth place. Olivia Cook from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise and Ella Smith from Pine Rivers. And over on the far side, coming home in fifth place, the ANU Toowong Composite crew from the West Australian Adelaide crew. It's about a half a boat length at the moment, but ANU Composite in fifth, WA Rowing Club Composite in sixth place.
A hard-fought battle there. So Sydney Rowing Club, your national champions in the under-21 women's double, a winning time of 9:03. The margin 8.2 back to the Centenary Griffith University combination in the silver medal. Sydney University in third place for the bronze medal. Pine Rivers Griffith University in fourth. ANU Toowong fifth, and the West Australian Rowing Club, Adelaide Rowing Club Composite rounding out the field in sixth place. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-19 men's Coxed 4. The medals will be presented by Jamie Fernandez, Rowing Australia Deputy Performance Director, three-time Olympian and Sydney 2000 Olympic silver medalist. Third place and bronze medalists, Wesley College, Charlie Johnston, James Hyde, Nicholas Bryant, Amos Kirk. Their cox, Josh Pfefferkranz, the crew coached by Tom Manifi. Second place and silver medalists, Scotch Oakburn, Cameron Parker, Rupert McKenzie, Sam Brown, Matthew Russell. Crew was coxed by Percy Bennett, coached by James Russell and McLean Cameron. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, St Augustine's College, Dougal McKenzie, Tane Potts, Joe Lynch, Oscar St Pierre. The crew coxed by Ryder Taylor, coached by Judith and Matthias Ungemak. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the under-19 men's Coxed 4.
So back out onto the course, under-21 men's double scull, and what an outstanding performance this is from Adam Holland and Jeremy Beale, the Adelaide University Adelaide Rowing Club Composite. And they are going to win this by quite a substantial margin. Australian champions in the under-21 men's double scull. It was a 15-second gap at the 1,500 metre mark. The West Australian Fremantle Composite crew of Jacob Cassie and Aria Almasi. They're going to come through in second place, in Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise and the Uni of Queensland are going to round out our medalists in this under-21 men's double scull. A push coming from Sydney University late, but it's not going to be enough for a medal. Patrick Murphy and Samuel Mounter win bronze in the under-21 men's double. Hugo Hobbs and Sam Bristow with 4th. Charles Clark and Edward Nutt in that Sydney Uni Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise composite in 5th. And Charlie Hine and Nicholas Whalem will finish in 6th place. So just confirming that unofficial winning time for the Adelaide Uni crew. Adam Holland and Jeremy Bale, 7:45.02. Adam Holland backing up that Australian Championship winning performance in the under-19 single last year. WA Rowing Club Fremantle composite with silver. Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise with bronze.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-21 women's double scull. The medals will be presented by Rachel Kinnamont, Rowing Australia board member, chair of the High Performance Committee and Sydney 2000 Olympian. Third place and bronze medalist, Sydney University. Sophia Whiteman and Zoe Bond. The crew was coached by Alfie Young. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, Sydney Rowing Club. Liesl Page and Laura Cypher. Crew coached by Lachlan Carter, Felix Dew and Donovan Sepp. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the under-21 women's double sculls.
Under-21 Women's Cox 4 final underway here at Champion Lakes. Melbourne University in lane 2, Mary O'Donnell, Tiffany Crossway, Chloe Amling, Ellie McClure, coxed by Sarah Chapman, coached by Connor McConville. Queenwood in 3, Chloe Driver, Charlotte Bota, Alexandra O'Brien, Imogen Gray, with Chloe Juretta, the Cox coaches Kieran Glynn, Ray Boyle and Alan Bennett. Melbourne Uni in 4, Char Will, Meg Cartwright, Romy Cantwell, Zara Lavery, coxed by Jackie Evans. Mercantile in 5, Remy Mackay, Jess Hawker, Zara Bongiorno, Bronte Cullen, coxed by Summer Bala Kellett, coaches Sam Fennessy and Annabelle Eaton. Sydney Composite supported by Yen Swiss, and that is currently in front at the moment, this boat, with Megan Hadfield, Sarah Fard, Talisa Noak Driver and Isabella Scammell, coxed by Mietta Jones and coached by Lachlan Carter and Katie Healy. And then in 7, Sydney Uni, Lily Gavin, Stephanie Preller, Olivia Natty and Tiffany Bota, with Elizabeth Bolster there, Cox, coached by Alfie Young. But the good news is, for us up here in the commentary box, look at that water.
There's no shortage of good news in the commentary box.
That water,
not out there.
That water says it all. The good news I'm saying in the commentary box is, and for anyone that's a neutral spectator in this race, we've got 3 seconds separating first to third at the 1K mark. So this is where the field has split in a lot of races, this period where that third 500 where that win really can get to you, because it's a long time out on the course compared to what you're used to rowing in these big boats.
And for some of our competitors, it's an even longer time out on the course. So the Queenwood crew in lane 3 of Chloe Driver, Charlotte Botha, Alexandra O'Brien, Imogen Gray and Cox by Chloe Giretta. They've been in the boat for a couple of hours now because they just won a national championship in the under-19 Cox 4, rode around the back lake and back down to the start line.
Well, you can see them in 4th, Chris. Can they get another medal? Maybe they'll get 2 medals.
They were in contention early on and just dropped back out of the medals, so they'll be hoping there's enough in the legs to back it up with a second medal, but that margin does seem to be growing. 3.68 seconds at the 1,000-metre mark up to Melbourne University in 3rd place. But conditions, I wouldn't say getting any better. And rowing, I wouldn't say getting any easier, especially when you've been out there that long as you have this morning. So definitely challenges can come from anywhere in these conditions. Anything truly can happen. Apparently we don't say the word crab up here anymore, but anything can happen in these sort of conditions. It's still the Sydney and UTS Haberfield composite in the lead, as it has been from the start, but that margin narrowing. So it's the crew of Megan Hadfield, Sarah Fard, Talisa Noak Driver, Isabella Scammell, Sarah Fard, the sole representative of UTS Haberfield in that crew. So they were leading by just 1.2 seconds from the Sydney University crew to their left-hand side in lane 7, which is Lily Gavin, Stephanie Preller, Olivia Natty, Tiffany Botha and Elizabeth Bolster, the Cox. Tiffany Botha there from Sydney. Her sisters in that Queenwood crew in 4th place as it stands at the moment. So Melbourne University still sitting back in 3rd. Our leading 2 crews have separated themselves a little bit from the field, and that Queenwood crew just trying to hang on to get another shot at the medals and hopefully be presented with 2 medals on the presentation dais, but a little bit of more work to do as they approach the last 370 metres of the course.
This is going to be a great finish, Chris. Cannot wait for this. There are 250 metres to travel, and Sydney University have closed this gap on the Sydney Composite and Swiss crew. It's been closing all the way through the back half of this race. Can Sydney hold on here? This is the Sydney UTS Composite crew. 3 Sydney rowers, 1 UTS rower, that is Sarah Fard. You can see her in the 2 seat. And Sydney University are coming for them. Back in 3rd, Melbourne University. In 4th, Queenwood. They've done outstanding. Mercantile 5th, Melbourne University 6th, out of the medals. But at the moment, the Sydney Composite crew with UTS are leading the way with just strokes remaining. Sydney University are going to have to pull out something special in the last 50 metres. They are giving it everything, but the wind, it is so tough today, and they are not going to be able to pull in this Sydney Composite crew, who are just going to get there in the end.
Gutsy
Sydney
race.
UTS Composite win it from Sydney University. Melbourne University are going to claim bronze. But gee whiz, that is tough rowing in these conditions.
Oh, that is some really tough rowing. Isabella Scammell there in the stroke seat couldn't even keep her hat on for most of the race there, hanging off her ponytail as they cling on to the 2nd, I believe, gold medal in a row in this event for Sydney Rowing Club. Melbourne University will come home in the bronze, a couple lengths clear of a gutsy row from the Queenwood crew, the 2nd row in about half an hour down the course in the water taxi that is the Cox 4. They'll finish ahead of Mercantile in 5th place, and the 2nd of the Melbourne University Boat Club crews just crossing now in 6th. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-21 Men's Double Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Noel Donaldson, head coach of Rowing Victoria, Rowing Australia life medal member, and multiple Olympic gold medal winning coach. 3rd place and bronze medalists, a composite of Griffith University Surfers Paradise and the University of Queensland, represented by Patrick Murphy and Samuel Mounter. Crew coached by Christopher Holliday, Duncan Free and Randall Martin. second place and silver medalists, composite of the West Australian and Fremantle rowing clubs, represented by Jacob Cassie and Raya Almasi. Crew coached by Alex Thompson and Stefano Beloso. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, a composite of Adelaide University and Adelaide rowing clubs, represented by Adam Holland and Jeremy Beale. Crew coached by Nicholas Mitchell and Sam Morton. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the under 21 men's double scull.
And from one final medal presentation to one that's out on the water, we've got the under 21 men's Cox Sport. And it's currently inside the first 500 metres. Nick Munro, Robert Atkinson, Lex Tucker, Monty Martin, coxed by Lachlan McLean in lane 2. Coaches Randall Martin and Peter Toon. That's the Uni of Queensland QAS crew. MacArthur Bucknell, Rory Menzies, Alec Hoskin, Gordon Applecrin, coxed by Jasmine Collins, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney in 3. Edward Finlay, George Burney, Jake Polkinghorn and Oliver Scalzo, coxed by Jess Raywell from Mercantile. In 4, their coaches David Colvin and Alistair Matthews. In 5, Melbourne Uni, Tom Foley, Massimo Maro, Matt Porter, Ryan Cornelius, coxed by Nicholas Gelagotis. In 6, UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Charles Jewell, Brandon Smith, Oliver St Pierre, Joshua Wilson, coxed by Bronte Blackwell Cram, and coaches Matthias Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. And Toowong Rowing Club, Moss Murphy, Mitchell Bridge, Roden Martin, Darcy Watter, coxed by Sadie Ridgway, coached by Mark Game and Leo Karadimitris.
As I said, Ben, it's definitely not getting any easier out there. It will only be getting tougher this morning. It is looking very messy, particularly in that first 1,000 metres of the course. There are a lot of crews really struggling with the conditions out there.
Chris, do you remember like the Yeti character from Monsters Inc., the big white sort of abominable snowman?
Yeah.
Well,
where are you going with this?
Well, this shows you how rough the conditions are, because I just turned around and Ray Abbott walked in and he looked like Yeti from Monsters Inc. I thought, how many layers have you got on there, Ray?
What's Ray done to you? I think you've done nothing but rip on Ray Abbott this morning. He's back from his time in the hospitality suite, cheering on Pine Rivers and the Dolphins.
He's just taken that Dolphin scarf off and he's just thrown the champagne glass to the side and he's ready to go. All right, back to some serious racing. Toowong Rowing Club in 1st, UTS Haberfield 2nd, Melbourne Uni 3rd, Mercantile back in 4th place. So, and then Uni of Queensland 5th and Sydney Rowing Club back in 6th. A little bit of a gap opening up between 3rd and 4th of about 3.36 seconds. You can see that's the UTS Haberfield crew of Jules Smith, Oliver St Pierre and Joshua Wilson, coxed by Bronte Blackmore Cram, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermark. And they're just sitting in 2nd place at the moment, 4.19 behind Toowong. It's a very similar gap between all the crews in this race. 4 seconds 1st to 2nd, about that to 3rd, about that to 4th, 2.5 to 5th, and about 3 seconds to 6th place. So an even spread this field as they head down the course through those waves here at Champion Lakes. Look at that spray.
They have thought that they've accidentally turned up to Scarborough Beach to the Australian Surfboat National Championships that are underway this week.
Well, that's the bizarre thing, Chris, because I was at Leighton Beach at North Fremantle, I should say, the other day. Fremantle. And the conditions there at the beach were flatter than they were here at the course.
Well, they were when I was at Cottesloe yesterday morning as well. Something to be said.
Yeah, it was quite quite incredible. So you can see these crews nearing the 1,500 metre mark of this under 21 men's Cox 4 final. Toowong in 7 leading the way. UTS Haberfield second in lane 6, and then basically it's sort of that spread across the course we've seen in a lot of these finals. As we know, if you do well in those earlier races, you get the preferred lanes, and that's the way we've seen it go. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 is almost the way we've seen it in a lot of races. Currently lane 7 leading it from 6, 5 in 3rd, 4 in 4th place, and a little bit of a switch between 2 and 3. Lane 2, Uni of Queensland in 5th, Sydney in lane 3 in 6th place. But UTS are closing the gap here. This gap is certainly closing. They have lifted here with about 500 metres to travel. It's just 2.5 seconds, less than 2.5 seconds as they enter this last 500 metres. Melbourne University probably out of it in terms of gold and silver, but they're in 3rd place. They're in a good position there for a bronze medal because it's 6.5 seconds back to Mercantile. Uni of Queensland in 5th place, and then bringing up the back of this field, Sydney Rowing Club in 6th. But this is the way we like it. A red hot race to the Australian title here in the under 21 men's Cox 4. UTS Haberfield versus Toowong. There's about 300 metres left to travel. Remembering that Toowong, they were in front for most of this race. It was about 4 seconds at the 1,000 metre mark. It's now 2.25 as they come into view. 250 metres remaining. UTS Haberfield and Toowong Rowing Club. Toowong still just in front, but UTS are coming for them. Back in 3rd place, you can see Melbourne University. They look to have the bronze medal sealed. Mercantile out of it. Uni of Queensland in 5th and Sydney Rowing Club in 6th. But at the front, it is a battle between New South Wales and Queensland. It's Toowong Rowing Club, the Queenslanders, looking to hold on inside this last 200 metres. But UTS Haberfield are lifting. Toowong, can they hang on to this Australian title and the gold medal? UTS want to snatch it off them. Toowong are just in front. They're trying to lift. They know an Australian title is around the corner, and they are extending this lead now, the Queenslanders, and it's a gold medal to Toowong. They hang on bravely. UTS, what a fight that was. They get silver, and don't they absolutely love it? Toowong Rowing Club, gold to Queensland Rowing Club's Toowong. UTS Haberfield silver, Melbourne Uni bronze. That is a really good fight at the back end of that race.
Some absolutely brilliant racing, and this event is often a bit of a prelude towards the Noel F. Wilkinson Cup for the Interstate Youth Aid on Sunday, and that UTS Haberfield crew is about half the New South Wales crew. The University of Queensland crew, interestingly, in 5th, is about half of the Queensland Noel F. Wilkinson Cup crew. So, and the Toowong crew doesn't actually have that many representatives in the Queensland crew. So a good little preview for Sunday's racing. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-21 Women's Cox 4 Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Jamie Fernandez, Rowing Australia Deputy Performance Director, 3-time Olympian and Sydney 2000 Olympic silver medalist. Third place and bronze medalists, Melbourne University, represented by Shah Will, Meg Cartwright, Romy Cantwell, Zara Lavery, and their cox, Jackie Evans. Second place and silver medalists, Sydney University, Lily Gavin, Stephanie Prella. Olivia Natty. Tiffany Botha. Their cox, Elizabeth Bolster. The crew was coached by Alfie Young. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, a composite crew of Sydney Rowing Club and UTS Haberfield. Presented by Megan Hadfield, Sarah Fard, Talisa Noak Driver, Isabella Scammell, their cox Mietta Jones. The crew coached by Lachlan Carter and Katie Healy. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the under-21 Women's Coxed 4.
Under 23 women's double scull on the water. Lane 2, UTS Haberfield, Sophia Aguirre and Amelia Cooper. ANU's Alora Kelly and Eloise Lambton in 3. Sophie Tickner and Cleo Wilson from Adelaide Uni in 4. Molly McCordsland from Newfolk and Jolie Patterson from WA Rowing Club in lane 5. Griffith Uni Surfers Paradises Danica Free and Hannah Kenway from Brisbane and GPS in lane 6. India Hobbs and Grace Turner in lane 7 from Sydney University. So under 23 women's double scull on the water here at Champion Lakes inside the first 500 metres.
So as the under-23 women's double scull sails through the 500 metre, sailing might not be the right word to use on a day like today, but it was the Sydney University Boat Club, India Hobbs and Grace Turner through that 500 metre timing point with their bow balls in front. Margin of just 1.18 seconds ahead of the Brisbane and GPS Griffith University Surfers Paradise combination of Hannah Kenway.
Wow, have a look at that massive gust.
We just saw the crews move a good 2 foot across the course towards their stroke side with an oncoming cross breeze. So we see a good little close up there of the UTS Haberfield and ANU crews in lanes 2 and 3 that are trailing the rest of the field at this stage.
So those lanes are the worst lanes in terms of wind. So obviously the lanes 6 and 7, as we've touched on, they're the crews that go through to the better lanes due to their performances in the heats and semi-finals. This is lane 2 and 3. This is the conditions they're having to deal with. This is quite challenging. Yes, and that is an understatement.
Bow seat there looking like almost like she's wearing a sweep with the amount of steering she's having to do in the double scull over there in lane 2. So tough battle for all athletes, even those not quite in the contention for medals. It's still it's just a feat in itself to be getting down this 2,000 metre course today in such trying conditions. As the clock ticks over 4 minutes, the crews are not much closer to the 1,000 metre mark than they would like to be. It is still the Sydney University crew in that slightly more favourable lane 7. I do say slightly, it is obviously more favourable at the time, but I don't know if it's that much of a more enjoyable experience on this side of the course as it is anywhere. But that combination of India Hobbs and Grace Turner, coached by Alfie Young, leading the field, I would say in fine form, but fine form is something that's pretty hard to come by in racing like this, but about 2 boat lengths then back to the Queenslanders to their stroke side. The West Australian Rowing Club and New Norfolk Composite, Jolie Patterson from WA and Molly McCausland from New Norfolk in Tasmania, pairing up to sit in the provisional bronze medal position. Our medal contenders sitting quite a way ahead of the remainder of the field here at this halfway timing point.
Chris, just want to pick your brain on the fight backs in the last 500 metres. I feel like with this high wind, we're seeing a lot of crews being able to hang on. If you have a lead going to that last 300 metres, most of the time, especially in the last little bit where we've been on, crews have been able to hang on. Do you think that's down to the fact that just the fatigue in the legs with the longer race, it's really hard to push and overtake in that last 300?
I think it is.
Compared to if we're having flatter conditions.
Getting around the boat park yesterday, chatting to a few coaches, and the overwhelming consensus was that yes, lane 6 and 7 are obviously more advantageous lanes. That's where the highest qualifiers are being drawn. But that is particularly the case in the last 750 or so metres of the course, where there is a little bit more protection offered by the island and the tents and the boat park, etc., etc. And so we are seeing some good battles occur in those 2 lanes in the latter stages of the race, because those 2 crews are having a lot easier conditions and are often having an easier time of having a fight in the last couple of 100 metres. But we're not seeing too many crews hanging on from lane 2 and contesting in those last few 100 metres, because those lane 6 and 7 are quite a lot more advantageous in those latter stages of the race.
And we can show you that 1500 metre camera, that says it all. It's almost like being on a boat today. It's that bumpy out there on the water. And Sydney University leading from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise and Brisbane and GPS Composite crew. WA Rowing Club Composite in 3rd place, and then Adelaide Uni back in 4th. So you'd probably say Sydney Uni in a great position. Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, though, they are not going anywhere. It was a 5.39 second gap at the 1500 metre mark. We'll get some information here as to whether they've closed that gap. WA Rowing Club New Norfolk were back by a further 2 seconds. Has this gap been closed? 5.39, it hasn't. 6 seconds. It's going to be tough to pull back over this last 500.
Yeah, I think that is a big ask. Like, slower conditions, of course, we're going to have bigger margins, but it is just really hard to find that fight and that willpower to have a kick and really dig in the last 500 metres when you're just putting all your effort into trying to get your blade cleanly in and out of the water to start with.
So here's that crew out in front. India Hobbs and Grace Turner, coached by Alfie Young, leading this under-23 women's double scull final. This is Sophia Aguirre and Amelia Cooper. They're just leading the ANU crew through, and both of those crews have been battered by the wind earlier in the race. They were pushed over, almost tossed over. It was that strong, the wind, in that opening stages of the race. This is the crew currently in 2nd. This is 1st, Sydney University. We just had a little look there further down the course. They're coming into view now, 250 metres to travel. So with 6 seconds, the gap back to Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. We've said really tough in these windy conditions to try and pull back an advantage, and that is the task ahead of Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise and Brisbane and GPS. That's Hannah Kenway and Danica Free. They're in the silver medal position at the moment. WA Rowing Club Composite, that's West Australian and New Norfolk. So Tasmania and Western Australia Composite in the bronze medal position at the moment. The push is coming, though, from Kenway and Free, but with about 100 metres to travel, Sydney University, they are closing in on the Australian Championship in the under-23 women's double scull. and this will mean a lot to India Hobbs and Grace Turner, coached by Alfie Young. They have battled through a very strong headwind and treacherous conditions here at Champion Lakes. But Sydney University, they are going to come out on top and claim the gold medal. The Australian champions, India Hobbs and Grace Turner, in the under-23 women's double scull. Hannah Kenway and Danica Free, they claim silver. And Molly McCordsland and Jolie Patterson strokes away from winning bronze. And that rounds out the podium. Adelaide University, Sophie Tickner and Cleo Wilson in 4th. UTS Haberfield in 5th, and ANU rounding out the field in 6th place.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-21 men's Coxed 4. The medals will be presented by Noel Donaldson, head coach of Rowing Victoria, Rowing Australia Life Medal member, and multiple Olympic gold medal winning coach. Third place and bronze medalists, Melbourne University, represented by Tom Foley, Massimo Marrow, Matt Porter, Ryan Cornelius, and Cox Nicholas Gelagotis. Second place and silver medalists, UTS Haberfield. Crew represented by Charles Jewell, Brandon Smith, Oliver St. Pierre, Joshua Wilson. Crew coxed by Bronte Blackmore Cram and coached by Matthias and Judith Ungabach. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, Toowong Rowing Club. Represented by Moss Murphy, Mitchell Bridge, Roden Martin, Darcy Water, their cox Sadie Ridgway. The crew is coached by Mark Game and Leo Karadimitri. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the under-21 men's Coxed 4.
Thank you, Chris. Back out on the course now. We are racing in the final of the under-23 men's double scull race, 438, which is at the halfway mark now and being led pretty convincingly by the combination there on, surprisingly enough, in late 7, the Sydney University and commercial crew of may have been a late change in that crew, I think. We had it down as Sydney Uni, Anderson and Danks, but it appears that Commercial's Sam Green has substituted into that crew. So Sydney Uni Commercial now a composite crew there racing in lane 7. Then across to lane 2 in second place, UTS Haberfield, Henry Blackwell and Mitchell Caponis. It would be in second place, 5.99 seconds between them, so a bit over 2 boat lengths it would be in this category of racing as these under 23 men's double sculls make their way down the course, and certainly quite a fair spread across the field. But tight for silver and bronze, a Tasmanian combination, an all Tasmanian crew with William Birchmore from Tamar and Rue Colley from North Esk, who sit currently provisionally in the bronze medal spot. So an all northern Tasmanian combination, they're coached by Trevor Barrett.
So that is Sam Green of Commercial coming in for Tom Anderson from Sydney University, and joining Hamish Danks in the under-23 men's double scull. Hamish Danks, well experienced in this boat class, representing Australia on the junior team a year or two ago alongside Gordon Applecrin. That would have been the year where they didn't travel.
The year where the Australian team never had the chance to leave Australia, but had a big regatta in Adelaide, I think, over a few days, which was the World Cup simulation in those strange and flexible and agile times we lived through about 2020 for a couple of years.
It was very odd indeed, especially seeing all the under 20, all the underage crews there racing, and the open crews having a simulation of the World Cup and Olympic experience, which involved being masked up from the second they left their hotel room to when they went home, even despite 0 COVID numbers in Adelaide.
It's one of the safest places in the country at the time, wasn't it, South Australia? And yet all precautions were taken.
Yep, but getting in great practice, and it did prepare them extremely well, as we know, with an extremely successful Olympic campaign. But the Sydney Union Commercial Composite leading pretty commandingly, pretty comfortably, 5.36 seconds ahead of UTS Haberfield. That's the combination of Henry Blackwell and Mitchell Caponis, coached by Elliot Shackloth Bertonetti. They in turn lead from, got it listed here as the Sydney and Swiss combination. We do know that
another substitution here, I think.
Sydney and Swiss combination was scratched from the race. Bradley Graham unwell
after yesterday's
monster effort in the pair yesterday. So I would presume that would be University of WA listed as being in 4th, most likely.
I think, North East Tamar are still there in the top 3 as well over in lane 3. So 2 crews on the far side of the course doing well here, likely to take out silver and bronze and potentially fight this one out right down towards the finish line. The North East Tamar composite crew, William Birchmore and with him Rue Colley, and then Henry Blackwell and Mitchell Caponis from UTS Haberfield. Henry Blackwell finished 4th yesterday in the under-23 men's single scull, so just outside the medals. He'll go at least 1 better here, and possibly 2 spots in fact. Still plenty of racing remains for our crews on the far side for second and third, but well clear out in front here in the final of the under-23 men's double scull championship of Australia. It is the crew of Hamish Danks from Sydney University and Charles Green from Commercial who come across and take the win on lane 7. A commanding win to them in the final of the under-23 men's double scull. Still that race for second continues. Probably the Tasmanians just getting the best of this one late. They've got a half length or so lead on UTS Haberfield over on the far side of the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre. So the silver and bronze medals about to be confirmed as the Tasmanian composite crew comes across in second place. William Birchmore and Rue Colley will take silver. Bronze for UTS Haberfield. Henry Blackwell goes 1 better than the single scull, takes the bronze medal along with Mitchell Caponis. And then we go back to, it will be the combination from the University of Western Australia, crossing in 5th place. 4th place, in fact, Isaac Hamilton and Aaron Den Uden there across in 4th, and 5th goes to, it looks like, an ANA combination. ANA and North Esk it is, the composite crew. Carl Breyer and Liam Squires Welsh will finish in 5th place, and that is the field home. A couple of late scratchings there in the under-23 men's double scull, with the race won comfortably by Sam Green of Commercial and Hamish Danks of Sydney University.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals in the under-23 women's double scull. The medals will be presented by Craig James OAM, Rowing Australia Councillor for Western Australia. third place and bronze medalists, a composite of the West Australian and New Norfolk rowing clubs, represented by Molly McCausland and Jolie Patterson. Second place and silver medalists, a composite of Griffith University's Surfers Paradise and Brisbane and GPS. Combination represented by Hannah Kenway and Danica Free. Crew coached by Duncan Free, Christopher Holliday and Peter Howard. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, Sydney University. India Hobbs. And Grace Turner. The crew was coached by Alfie Young. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the under-23 women's double scull.
Racing again now, right on schedule with the 10:30 a.m. race. So great work from our officials and athletes, despite what certainly have been described in various ways as challenging conditions here today. We also are just seeing come across the line now, I think that's the Melbourne University combination from the previous race who weren't sighted, Dom Federico and Harry Fox, who have completed the 2,000 metre course, it looks like, in 6th position. But we are racing in race 4:39, 5 boats here on the course, 2 from the University of Queensland in lanes 3 and 4. Lane 5 is an all-West Australian composite crew, Fremantle and the Swan River Rowing Club. Lane 6, Sydney University and Melbourne University. And lane 7 is the crew from the Adelaide University Boat Club. And as they came through the first 500 metres, already establishing a pretty substantial lead is that combination on lane 6, the combined crew from Sydney and Melbourne University boat clubs. Probably unsurprising there, that crew of Zoe McKellar, Sarah Marriott, Sarah DeUre and Emily Shepherd, who between them took home the gold and bronze medals yesterday in the under-23 women's Cox's pair. So combining here into a composite 4. Coached jointly by Alfie Young and Connor McConville, and they were our leaders by 4.76 seconds after 500 metres. Out to a very, very strong start indeed, that combination from Sydney Uni and Melbourne Uni, ahead of the University of Queensland in 2nd place on lane 4.
That leading Sydney Uni and Melbourne University combination, those 2 Melbourne University athletes, Sarah Marriott and Sarah DeUre, both of those 2 girls selected in the under-23 women's Coxless 4 to represent Australia, the under-23 World Championships in Plovdiv, Bulgaria, the big warm bathtub in Bulgaria, to race over there, and they'll be joined in that crew by Phoebe Robinson of University of Queensland and Rebecca Pretorius of Swan River Rowing Club. Alistair Matthews of Mercantile will be the coach selected, or has been the coach selected in that one.
Rebecca Pretorius actually finished with the silver yesterday in the Cox's pair, along with Jackie Swick for Swan River, but they're not in the Swan River crew that's in this race in lane 4. So
Phoebe Robinson, though, in the University of Queensland crew, which is currently sitting back in
2nd place, that would be. Well, they were at least at the 500 metre mark. 2 crews from University of Queensland in this race, and yes, as they go through 1,000. Very quiet construction site today. Conditions obviously too challenging for construction work to be undertaken as well, but it's certainly that's the lane 4 crew from UQ. 9.5 seconds behind in second place, but clear of the West Australian composite crew, who sit provisionally at this stage with one hand on the bronze medal. In that University of Queensland lane 4 crew, yes it is, as Chris mentioned, Lucy Hope and Phoebe Robinson, who are in that Australian crew. They were 4th in the Cox's pair yesterday. And then Izzy Drew and Ellie Reedy also for the University of Queensland. Izzy Drew finished 5th in the Cox's pair, along with Carly Furman, who's rowing in the other University of Queensland combination, if our crew lists are correct. And there have been a number of changes already to the advertised program so far this morning, but we believe that is as it is, and they are going through a pretty tricky part of the course. You can just see the challenges involved for these athletes in getting their blades buried deeply enough but in the water to cleanly propel the boat along. But that is University of Queensland. They're in second place, and you can see, in fact, that's the second University of Queensland crew, who I think sits in 5th spot at this stage of proceedings. And well ahead of them are our likely medalists, Sydney Uni, Melbourne Uni, University of Queensland lane 4, and Fremantle Swan River in 3rd position.
Fairly certain with this race. I mean, tell maybe without looking that no, this is a straight final. So no, haven't had any heats, semi-finals, repechages, tri-fight. We won't mention it's too early in the morning. So this is the first time these crews have come up against each other, and as such, first time for the morning that we're seeing a challenger coming from P6, lane 6 rather. P being the alphabetical denomination for the race number 439.
I thought you'd switch back to Formula 1.
Yeah, I have. I've been trying.
We know we've got the race, the practice happening on the phone here to keep track of what's going on. But
if anyone's interested, free practice 1's just been red flagged. Logan Sargent on the grass, and the lap record at Albert Park's just been taken by Max Verstappen.
Polished
people
by
and
Max Verstappen.
About 8 other cars as well. Taking that lap record, but I'll keep you updated so you don't have to tune in on Sunday, and you can
watch us instead.
Tune in to the dulcet tones of Ray Ebbett commentating the interstate regatta that starts at almost exactly the same time at 1 o'clock.
Very convenient timing that, I'm sure. But speaking of demolition jobs, this is precisely what's happening here from this very strong crew. Sydney Uni, Melbourne Uni, way out in front. So gold and bronze medalists from yesterday in the Cox's pair, combining here into the under-23 women's Cox's 4. And Zoe McKellar, Sarah Marriott, Sarah De Ure and Emily Shepherd continue through, still with about 250 metres to race. It's a huge lead. It was 16 and a half seconds at the three-quarter way mark of the race. Ahead still the University of Queensland in second place. That's Izzy Drew, Ellie Reedy, Lucy Hope and Phoebe Robertson, coached by Philip Bourguignon. And then next to them, it is the West Australian combination, or the Swan River and Fremantle crew. Lola Quinn from Swan River, Charlotte Broad of Fremantle, who we learned earlier today are West Australia's 3rd oldest rowing club, formed back in 1886. Claire Netherway there from Swan River, and Georgia Hughes also from Swan River, coached by Swan River's head coach, Mark Beer. They look very likely to take out the bronze medal there, those West Australian crews. Ahead of Adelaide University in 7, Grace Seppelt, Cleo Wilson, Jemima Richter, Claire Romanyuk and Tom Dornbos, the coach there. And the second crew from University of Queensland, Carly Furman, Alice Reedy, Tyler Hutton, Nancy Duncan-Bakes, coached again by Phil Bourguignon and Michael Russell. But the win will go the way of the composite crew on lane 6. Sydney Uni and Melbourne Uni will be across to take out the under-23 Women's Cox's 4 Championship of Australia. And certainly one of the more substantial wins of this morning's program. We've seen a number of close races in these challenging conditions, but dealing with it very, very well was that composite crew, a couple of whom will go and row for Australia in Bulgaria later in the year. Up to the line now in second place comes the University of Queensland lane 4. They will take the silver medal, and the bronze about 3 lengths further back will go the way of the Swan River and Fremantle composite crew. Looks like Charlotte Broad of Fremantle now, in fact, in the stroke seat of that boat. But they will take the bronze in any case. So a good row there from the West Australians on their home course here. 4th place goes to Adelaide University, and 5th will be the second crew from the University of Queensland over in lane 3. .57.00 at this stage is the unofficial time, and 22.03 seconds from first to second. A substantial margin there for that composite crew.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-23 men's double scull. The medals will be presented by Craig James, OAM, Rowing Australia Councillor for Western Australia. Third place and bronze medalists, UTS Haberfield. Represented by Henry Blackwell and Mitchell Caponis. Coached by Elliot Shackloff Bertinetti. Second place and silver medalists, a composite of the North Esk and Tamar rowing clubs. Represented by William Birchmore and Rue Colley. Crew coached by Trevor Barrett. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, a composite of the Sydney University and Commercial Rowing Clubs. Represented by Sam Green and Hamish Danks. Crew coached by Donald McLaughlin. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the under-23 men's double scull.
Still waiting our next race, which is the final of the under-23 men's Cox's Ford to come shortly. Some great shots coming in there from around the course of the crowds here enjoying their day. It is not the nicest day necessarily to be out in the weather, but plenty of people here at Champion Lakes along the spectator side of the course here. And great access, of course, right around the course for those who've brought their bikes along. A pretty substantial peloton following a number of these A-finals down today, which will no doubt grow in number as the race continues. You can cycle right along the camera side of the course, all the way from the start line down to the finish. And plenty of bikes will be on their journey right now as we're underway in race 440, the final of the under-23 men's Cox's Ford, with a field of 5 once again. So this will also be a straight final. No heats or races for lanes required in this event as they head off under certainly improving skies here, with plenty of hints of blue above these rowers as they're on their way. It is UTS Haberfield and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. They're racing in lane 3. Cand and Swan River, a two-state composite crew over in lane 4. Melbourne University and Mercantile, an all-Victorian composite crew from the Victorian Institute of Sport in lane 5. The West Australian and Fremantle Rowing Clubs combining into another composite crew in lane 6. And Sydney Rowing Club are racing in lane 7, the 5 boats in this race. And good to see, Chris, some sensible composites here from the same cities in a couple of cases.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good efficient use of fuel and travel time, I think.
Makes it much easier to train together too, I'd imagine.
Yeah, exactly.
Not sure about Camden Swan River from opposite sides of the country.
I've noticed there's just been lots of Western Australians floating around on the east coast over the last couple of months. A few of them floating around between training with a few of the Sydney clubs and obviously making their way up to Queensland as well.
Enjoying newly the free transit that's been allowed again between the various states of Australia.
Making the most of it, exactly.
It has been a good start by that composite crew, so I think they have probably trained together once or twice from the look of what's going on there. Cairn and Swan River in lane 4. The crew was Jared Lord of Cairn, Mitch Salisbury from Cairn, Riley Reese-Turner of the Swan River Rowing Club, and Dylan Rhodes of Cairn. At least that's as it's listed, and yes, it is correct. 3 in the red and white of the Cairn Club there, and 1 in the darker colours of Swan River Rowing Club in the 2-seat. And they are narrow leaders after 500 metres by just 1.13 seconds over UTS Haberfield. And then Sydney Rowing Club on the far side of the course. So the 2 Sydney clubs with Tyre Cruise in their own colours, sitting in 2nd and 3rd position.
Yeah, so great to see potentially some great racing all the way down the course. Here's another race where they haven't had any heats or semi-finals to seed the lanes, and we do have, I think the way that it's worked out in reality has probably given us the best racing in that our strongest crews are not in the preferred lanes, and it's going to give us a chance to, although it's not necessarily going to be the absolutely best crews sitting up there, it's going to give us the best racing, and it's going to give everyone the biggest chance to race really strategically and really intelligently, and to deliver the best race. And it's not all necessarily about the sort of static straight line speed. There is a little bit of racecraft involved here, especially when the conditions evolve in the way that they have this morning.
Yep.
And I think we could be in for a real cracker. So
yeah, no, very true.
That Sydney crew's got a medical substitution on board with Declan Glendenning coming in for Bradley Graham. So
Graham must have been the busiest man at the regatta. He was doing 2 races already this morning, which obviously...
Yeah, I think they were a bit worried yesterday when he was taken away to hospital, because he had about 6 more events to do.
Absolutely. He would have done...
Here on in, he was meant to be in the Open Men's 8, Sprint 8, the Club 8, and a quad as well tomorrow, an Open Men's quad as well tomorrow. So he was set to be a very, very busy man, and has left him scrambling for a few options. But
lucky you've got plenty of resources there at Sydney.
Plenty of resources, exactly. But they look to have maybe just taken the fight to our early silver medal holders. I think the timing may have just got that around the wrong way. I don't think they were quite in front at the 1,000-metre mark, but the Camden Swan River combination, which is the composite of
Cairn, Lord, Salisbury, Reese-Turner and Rhodes, the combination there for Cairn and Swan River Lane 4.
So they're still our race leaders. UTS Haberfield were looking pretty comfortable in 2nd place. Alexander Wood, Mackenzie Thompson, Torben Ungemark and Nick Pender were looking at pretty comfortable provisional silver medal position holders in the 500-metre mark. The Sydney Rowing Club just dropping back a little bit. Declan Glendenning, Angus Aitken, Thomas Hart and Miles Harold that were sitting in 3rd, but look to have just started challenging the UTS crew. Sitting behind them will be Melbourne University and Mercantile combination, who are having a bit of a tough time in the conditions there. So interestingly, that is 3/4 of our under-23 men's Cox's 4 to go to Bulgaria later in the year. The only exception to that would be Winston Hooper from Melbourne University Boat Club in the bow seat, who will be replaced will be in the actual crew. In reality, that will not be Winston Hooper. That will be Nicholas Pender, who is currently sitting ahead of them, probably in 3rd at this point in the UTS Haberfield combination.
And the coach of that crew who will take them overseas to Plovdiv in Bulgaria is in fact Noel Donaldson, who is doing some medal presentations earlier today. Had a long and storied career in both the Australian and New Zealand rowing programs, but for the first time in 11 years he's back on the Australian team as the coach of that combination. But certainly a tough battle here for that Melbourne University combination, because it does look to be Sydney Rowing Club now out on the far side of the course, who have braved these conditions the best. They're in lane 7 as a tent goes flying in the background behind those boats, so any thoughts that it may have calmed down can be quickly put to rest there. But Sydney's certainly a very strong third 500 metres of this race, and in 5:31.91 they lead comfortably now by over 4 seconds on Cand and Swan River in second place, with the Sydney crew, Angus Aitken, Thomas Hart, Miles Harold, and possibly a substitution there definitely for Bradley Graham, not in the boat, but Donovan second. Shane Mulvaney are the coaches there. And then UTS Haberfield in third place, Alexander Wood, Mackenzie Thompson, Torben Ungermark, Nicholas Pender and Matthias Ungermark, the coach there of that crew, who do still sit in our top three. But Sydney Rowing Club have gone to a strong lead here as they continue to close in on the final stretches of this race. Sydney Rowing Club comfortably out in front here with about 250 metres to go to complete the final of the under-23 men's coxless for Melbourne University, were the winners of this race last year, but don't look likely to defend their title at this stage, it appears. It will be going the way of Sydney Rowing Club instead, who have come through in the second 1,000 metres from third place early on to second to the halfway, and now up into the lead. UTS Haberfield also fighting back well on our early race leaders from Cairns and Swan River. So a really good race for the silver medal coming up here as UTS continue to wind, but the wind is certainly going to go the way of the Sydney Rowing Club in lane 7, clear by about a length and a half, who come across and take out the under-23 men's coxless for Championship of Australia. Second place will just be Cairns and Swan River, holding on by about half a length. Third goes to UTS Haberfield, and with that the bronze medal. Fourth will be Melbourne Uni Mercantile, who came home pretty strongly there in the end after a few messy strokes in the middle of the race. And the West Australian and Fremantle clubs will combine in that combination there on lane 6 to finish in 5th spot in the final of the under-23 men's coxless for 7:22.15, the unofficial winning time, and the margin there 3.83 seconds, a win going to Sydney Rowing Club.
So as I mentioned, that the lane draw there has given us a really good race, and it's the Sydney Rowing Club crew probably didn't have a lot of business at the front of the field there, and have done very, very well to earn themselves a medal. So earlier on today in race 430, we had a crew unable to collect their medals due to backing up in the under-21 women's cox 4. So now present the medals for our national champions in the under-19 women's coxed 4. Those medals will be presented by John Keogh, the head coach of the Women's National Training Centre. Congratulations to Queenwood School, who are represented by Chloe Driver, Charlotte Botha, Alexandra O'Brien, Imogen Gray, and their cox Chloe Giuretta. That crew coached by Kieran Glynn, Ray Boyle and Alan Bennett. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating our 2023 Australian champions in the under-19 women's coxed 4. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have the presentation of medals for the under-23 women's coxless 4. The medals will be presented by Stephen Donnelly, President of Rowing New South Wales. place, and bronze medalists, a composite crew of Fremantle and Swan River rowing clubs. Represented by Lola Quinn, Claire Netherway, Georgia Hughes, and Charlotte Broad. Crew coached by Mark Beard. Second place and silver medalists, the University of Queensland. Presented by Izzy Drew, Ellie Reddy, Lucy Hope, and Phoebe Robinson. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, a composite crew of the Sydney and Melbourne University Boat Clubs. Represented by Zoe McKellar, Sarah Marriott, Sarah Taure, and Emily Shepherd. Crew coached by Alfie Young and Connor McConville. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating all of our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the Under-23 Women's Coxless 4.
Thank you, Chris. Back out in the water, we are seeing an intriguing, pretty much an all NTC battle here in the final of the Open Women's Double Scull as they head into the final 500 metres of this race. And there has been a bit of a change in complexion over the last 500 metres. Halfway through, it was the combination on lane 5 of Rhea Thompson and Caitlin Cronin, who were the narrow race leaders, but now on lane 7, Rowena Meredith and Tara Rigney, of course, the winner of the single scull race on her birthday yesterday, of coming through strongly now to assume a narrow lead after 1,500 metres ahead of Thompson and Cronin by 1.62 seconds. And the lightweight combination from Sydney Uni over in lane 4, Annika Reardon and Lucy Coleman, were sitting second at the 1,000 metre mark now, but we just back into third place. But they look to be, at this stage, our 3 potential medalists. Also there in lane 6, we have Amanda Bateman and Molly Goodman. And then on the far side from Sydney Uni, with a fair way back on the course, it's Nicola Greenland and Ella Mencines.
So a scratching from this race would be the Sydney combination, Sarah Hoare and Harriet Hudson. Not entirely sure what's going on there. I hope it's nothing too serious ahead of the Interstate Regatta in the Queen's Cup on Sunday, but
especially as Harriet Hudson won this race, in fact, last year in company with Rowena Meredith, so she may go back-to-back, Meredith.
I would say she would. So that's one of her partners in the Australian Women's Quadruple Scull this year, which is the same crew named this year as what won bronze in Tokyo. The crew nicknamed the Speed Queens by Rowena's dad, Chris, who I have seen floating around the boat park this week.
They look pretty comfortable out in front now by a bit over a length from a strong finish still coming from that University of Queensland, University of Queensland combination there on lane 5, Rhea Thompson and Caitlin Cronin. And within about a boat length or so, but Rowena Meredith and Tara Rigney in the colours of the Sydney University Boat Club will go across and take out the Open Women's Double Scull Championship of Australia by about a length and a half ahead of Rhea Thompson and Caitlin Cronin, who will finish with the silver medal. Then a gap back to that combination on lane 4, the lightweight double scull, the Australian lightweight double scull, as they'll be later in the year. Annika Reardon and Lucy Coleman, a very strong bronze medal there for a lightweight crew in some tough conditions here at Champion Lakes. And then we go back in 4th place to Amanda Bateman and Molly Goodman, the Melbourne Uni Adelaide combination, who will cross in 4th place. And then 5th will go the way on the far side of the course to Nicola Greenland and Ella Mencines. Still a few strokes to go from them. And as Chris mentioned, a scratching here, unfortunately, from the Sydney Rowing Club combination of Hoare and Hudson. But it's Rowena Meredith and Tara Rigney who take out the Open Women's Double Scull. 8:45.42 is their unofficial time there, and their margin of victory 3.91 seconds over the University of
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-23 men's coxless 4. The medals will be presented by Paul Thompson, MBE, Rowing Australia High Performance Director. Third place and bronze medalists, UTS Haberfield, represented by Alexander Wood. Mackenzie Thompson. Torben Ungemark. And Nicholas Pender. Second place and silver medalists, a composite crew of Canned and Swan River Rowing Clubs. Crew represented by Jared Lord, Bitch Salisbury, Riley Reese-Turner, and Dylan Rhodes. Crew coached by Scott Rowe and Mark Beer. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023 Sydney Rowing Club. Represented by Declan Glendenning, Thomas Hart, Angus Aitken, and Miles Harold. Crew was coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the under-23 men's coxless 4.
And we are racing in the final now of the Open Men's Double Scull, and we are into the third 500 already of this race. One more scratching there. Just confirmed now up on screen. It is the Lane 3 crew from Adelaide Uni and UTS Haberfield, which is not in fact, as we have them here, and that's the women's. So we'll go have a look out the window and see what's happening down the course. It looks to me to be led by the combination, again, surprisingly on Lane 7, which is a very strong Australian representative crew with Cormac Kennedy Leverett substituting in here for David Bartholow in the ANU composite crew. So it's now Cormac Kennedy Leverett and Caleb Antle in that boat on Lane 7, who are both members of the Australian team who will race overseas later this year. It would have been the Australian double scull of Antle and Bartholow to race together, but we understand that Cormac Kennedy Leverett, who has come in instead, not a bad substitution, finishing second in the single scull yesterday behind Caleb Antle, who he now rows with.
Yeah, so would not be surprised by seeing this crew leading the race, as does look like they are by quite some margin now, and so back to second place crew, which at this stage would have to be the crew to their right, the composite of Ben Canham from Melbourne University Boat Club and Oscar McGuinness of Adelaide Rowing Club. Two very different athletes, quite a big heavyweight in Ben Canham, and then our open lightweight single scull national champion from yesterday, Oscar McGuinness from Adelaide Rowing Club.
That balanced out at about a middleweight combination of some sort. But they'll be there certainly in second place. And then across some splashing of the blades coming there from what looks to be the Sydney Uni UTS Haberfield composite crew. Tim Masters and Campbell Watts there. Campbell Watts fourth in the single scull yesterday, behind Ansell and Kennedy Leverett. So just outside the medals, but looking a good chance to claim a bronze here. It certainly is there, the bright red colours of the Griffith University Surfers Paradise Club, with Cormac Kennedy Leverett now in the bow seat of this ANU and Griffith University Surfers Paradise composite double scull. So it was Caleb Antill who had a win in the open single scull yesterday. He was very excited about that win too after the race, beating home at Cormac Kennedy Leverett. They had a pretty good race down the course, but now collectively they look set to claim the gold medal in the open men's double scull.
As was mentioned earlier in the week, that speedy haircut from Cormac Kennedy Leverett doing wonders into this headwind here this morning, cutting down a little bit of drag and making all the difference for Caleb Antill and Cormac Kennedy Leverett as they cross the line as national champions in the open men's double scull. Be the middleweight combination of Oscar McGuinness and Ben Canham, Adelaide and Melbourne University Boat Club, who will cross the line for the silver medal. Some distance ahead of the crew on the far side of the course. Nick Blackman from Adelaide University and Marcus Delamata of UTS Haberfield, who will come and collect their bronze medal, leading the Sydney University UTS Haberfield combination of Tim Masters and Campbell Watts across the line in fourth place, and the Banks crew of Marcus Kane and James Mead on the very far side of the course, who will round out the field.
There's a scratching there, in fact, which I think was lane 5, the West Australian Swan River composite crew, lane 5 not making the start. So a field of 5 it was there in the in the open men's double scull final.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Open Women's Double Scull. The medals will be presented by John Keogh, Hancock Prospecting Women's National Training Centre head coach. Third place and bronze medalists, composite of Sydney University and the Australian National University Boat Clubs, Annika Reardon and Lucy Coleman. Second place and silver medalists, University of Queensland Boat Club, represented by Ria Thompson and Caitlin Cronin. Crew coached by Benjamin Southwell and Augustin Rodero. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, Sydney University Boat Club, represented by Rowena Meredith and Tara Rigney, and crew coached by Alfie Young and Don McLaughlin. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the Open Women's Double Sculls.
Two big races coming up on the course now and to follow the finals of the Open Women's Cox's 4 and then the Open Men's Cox's 4. Two events, of course, which Australia is the reigning Olympic champions in. And a big field of 6 here to fight out the final of the Open Women's Cox's 4, racing for the Herald and Weekly Times Trophy. Lane 2 is Team Hong Kong. Lane 3, Mercantile and the Victorian Institute of Sport. Lane 3, a Sydney University of Queensland composite crew. Lane 4, a West Australian Rowing Club, University of Western Australia and Swan River. So an all West Australian composite crew there as well in Lane 5. Lane 6, Melbourne University. Lane 7, University of Queensland, Cairns and Sydney rowing clubs as they head through the 500 metre mark now, and the locals are in front in the centre of the course.
So as I feel like we could be in for a little bit of a repeat of that under 23 Cox 4. And I'm not saying this is any club bias, just based on purely where the crews are positioned. So we've got another race where it's an unseeded race. This is a straight final. There have been no heats, no races for lanes, as it's not a selection event. So at that first 500 metre mark, we saw the Cairns, University of Queensland and Sydney crew trailing back in third place by a bit over a boat length, but they are in that lane 7, which we do know has probably a little bit more advantage in the second half of the course than the first. So as long as they can stay in touch in the first half, I would say that crew would be a fairly good chance at a medal. Well, they're already a pretty good chance at a medal, but a pretty good chance of
possibly a gold medal as well. Yeah, and there's been some debate about races for lanes, of course, in recent years, Chris. And they were removed from the Nationals program a couple of years ago because in many cases the crews weren't all attending, and there were some interesting tactics at play. So races for lanes no longer a part of these championships. I suspect a few of the athletes might have preferred one in these particular events, but it's not the case at the Nationals anymore. So it is a random draw for the events with 7 boats or fewer, and that's why we do find the leading and potentially winning crews can come from all over the course, which certainly makes for rather more interesting racing.
Well, and just been just for the selection events, and this year with the under 23 trials being prior to the national championships for the first time, at least in my memory. There haven't been any selection events where only selection events that are left of the junior and under 21 events, and all of those events are normally fairly well entered to the point where we're not talking about races for lanes. We're talking about how many heats are there? It's gone in the other direction.
Exactly right. So it becomes a redundant question in that case as well. But it's a good race here from these West Australians. So 3 different clubs there representing that boat. It is Rebecca Pretorius of Swan River, Jackie Swick from Swan River, Bronwyn Cox from the University of Western Australia Boat Club, and Georgia Patton of the West Australian Rowing Club, who are our leading crew. They're all also supported by the West Australian Institute of Sport, and they do maintain their lead there at halfway. It's about a length there, 2.82 seconds over Melbourne University. The second place crew there on lane 6, Laura Foley, Eliza Gaffney, Jean Mitchell and Lucy Steffen there, who are racing for Melbourne Uni.
So of that Western Australian crew, we've got Rebecca Pretorius in the bow seat from Swan River, and she is selected in the under-23 Women's Coxless 4 to join 2 girls from Melbourne University and 1 from the University of Queensland, who we saw on the podium of that event just a few races ago. In front of her, Jackie Swick, Bronwyn Cox and Georgia Patton, and those 3... Bronwyn Cox and Jackie Swick named in the Women's Cox 8 squad, which does include the pair and the 4.
Certainly of these two Victorian crews in Melbourne Uni in second, Mercantile in fourth place. A number of members of the Queen's Cup 8 that will race on Sunday, as I would imagine is the West Australian crew would be a substantial part of their Queen's Cup crew as well. The race leaders are still there in the multiple colours of the various West Australian clubs as they head past the construction site and on towards the 1500 metre mark of this race.
I was just scrambling to find where Georgia Patton's name had gone on my list of selected crews for the senior team. It would be a very odd omission from the national team. Yeah. But Georgia Patton selected in the women's Coxless 4 alongside Sarah Hoare, Lucy Steffen and Katrina Werry. So a very well-credentialed crew, the locals leading by just 1.47 seconds.
Yes, here comes Melbourne
University in competition for the other Herald and Weekly Times trophy. It did cause a little bit of confusion yesterday as to which event the Herald and Weekly Times trophy for.
There is two. And one for the lightweight women's single scull and one for the open women's Coxless 4. So
yeah, and not the lightweight men's single scull as it was thought earlier yesterday, until we realised that it had Georgia Nesbitt's name on it 3 times, and it was simply a clerical error. But that trophy well in reach for our two leading crews. The West Australian composite that we've just been through, the Melbourne University combination of Laura Foley, Eliza Gaffney, Jean Mitchell and Lucy Steffen, also all members that are there or thereabouts in our national team program, and they are moving. They are the crew with the momentum behind them. They trail by about a quarter of a boat length behind the local crew from Western Australia, who have been leading from the start of the race but are starting to become under some serious pressure as the Melbourne University Boat Club crew begins to lift their rate of striking as they navigate a little bit of steering in a blustery last 500 metres, but they're well into the last 250 metres of the course now, signified by red buoys here at the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre. The Western Australian crew have held on all the way through this race. It's the combination of Rebecca Pretorius, Jackie Swick, Bronwyn Cox and Georgia Patton from Swan River, University of Western Australia and West Australian rowing clubs, but they will not hang on for long enough as Melbourne University Boat Club storm through in the final 500 metres. The combination of Laura Foley, Eliza Gaffney, Jean Mitchell and Lucy Steffen will come through to win by 3/4 of a boat length in the last 500 metres. That will be your national championship winning crew in the Open Women's Coxless 4 for the Herald and Weekly Times trophy ahead of the West Australians for the silver medal position. Sydney Rowing Club and Canned and University of Queensland will cross the line to take the bronze medal. Good 4 or 5 lengths clear of a good little battle tossing up for the minor placings for 4th place. Mercantile and the Sydney Uni composite going stroke for stroke. It'll just be Mercantile by half a canvas ahead of the Sydney Uni UQ combination in the centre of the course. And Team Hong Kong on the far side drawing that tough lane 2. Hoi Lam Chung, Lok Yu Wong, Wing Ki Hu and King Wan Lung will round out this field in the Open Women's Coxless 4.
A confirmation error of the unofficial result in race 443. It was Melbourne University, the race winners. Their second went to the West Australian Composite crew, and 3rd place University of Queensland Canned and Sydney Rowing Club. 7:57.20 the time as they crossed the line, and 2.86 seconds the winning margin, all of which came in the final quarter of the race as that Melbourne Uni crew certainly flew home and took the lead. And Team Hong Kong just across the line now in 6th place. Well done to Hoi Lam Cheng, Lok Yi Wong, Wing Ki Hui and King Wan Leong in the combination there from Team Hong Kong in lane 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Open Men's Double Sculls. Medals will be presented by Paul Thompson, MBE, Rowing Australia High Performance Director. Third place and bronze medalists, composite of Adelaide University and UTS Haberfield, represented by Marcus Delamata and Nick Blackman, crew coached by Elliot Shackloff Bertinetti and Nicholas Mitchell. Second place and silver medalists, composite of Melbourne University Boat Club and Adelaide Rowing Club, represented by Oscar McGuinness and Benjamin Cannon. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, a composite from the Australian National University and Griffith University Surfers Paradise, represented by Cormac Kennedy Leverett and Caleb Antill, crew coached by Don McLaughlin and David Fermano. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the Open Men's Double Scull.
As we go back to the start line, where a fleet of Mempackers seems to await there in the distinctive yellow colours there, and they're underway in the race for the Bob Aitken Memorial Trophy. This is the Open Men's Coxless 4 Championship of Australia. And for the first time in a few races, we look to have a full field of 7 across the course. No late scratchings here. It is Adelaide Composite Lane 1, Sydney Uni Composite Lane 2. Chris, there's some interesting composites in this race. In fact, Sydney Rowing Club in Lane 3, well done to them. UTS Haberfield Mercantile in 4, Melbourne Uni Cairns in 5, Team Hong Kong racing in Lane 6, and Sydney University racing in Lane 7. And they are on their way, and it still does look pretty ordinary down there in the first part of the race.
Yeah. I know this is an event that a lot of our senior athletes have been really looking forward to this week, simply due to how different these crews are to the combinations that they would normally row in. I don't think any of these crews, none of these crews, bar the Sydney University crew, are an entire National Training Centre combination. So we've got the Adelaide Uni composite crew, which have taken Torrin Olsen from Sydney Rowing Club on board, and it'll be a great ride there alongside Alex Hill, Angus Whitcomb and Harley Moore.
That's a 4-club composite: Adelaide, Sydney, Mercantile and Commercial. So 4 clubs, 4 states.
The 4 states as well, and but only 3 state institutes, so not quite a
I missed that. I missed the chance there.
Yeah, but then we've got largely a bit more club crew of Devlin Walsh, Marcus Britt, Miles McQuillan and Lachlan Miles, Sydney Uni composite with Swan River in Lane 2. All Sydney crew in Lane 3, but that's Spencer Turren and Josh Hicks from the Men's National Training Centre, Men's 4 and 8, pairing up with Alex Wolfe and Alex Nicol, who are named in the Windermere Cup development crew. A little bit of mixing up there. Very similar in the UTS Haberfield composite crew, a couple of NTC, a couple of Windermere Cup athletes, and then a good mix of under 23 and Windermere Cup athletes in the Melbourne Uni composite to their right. Team Hong Kong, not someone we get to see to race very often, and then that Sydney University crew, who would be the betting man's short price favourite in this event, half of the gold medal winning for last year's national champions in the coxless pair. Bit of a rough run in the heats for Jackson Kench and Willow Shaughnessy, but putting down a pretty strong time in the B final actually.
Yeah.
But that would definitely be our favourites, and they're luckily drawn the favourite lane, despite this being an unseeded event. So expect the challenge to be coming from there. But the Sydney Rowing Club crew off to a pretty good start in the centre of the course in some pretty rough conditions. Josh Hicks leading that crew down the course pretty admirably. See them fighting just those waves there. No white caps, so conditions good for rowing.
No white caps except when the blades are coming out of the water. There's plenty of splashing happening off the blades there all across the course. But yes, across on lane 7 in the relative sanctity of lane 7, though effectively racing in lane 6 on this race because it's a 7-boat race, so all 7 lanes are in use. They won't have moved across to the far side of the course. But Sydney Uni are there in front. Jackson Kent, Willow Shaughnessy, Jack Hargraves and Alex Purnell. They are coached by Donald McLaughlin, and they had a lead of some 5.17 seconds at the 500 metre mark, and they're about to now come through 1,000 metres, and that may have stretched out to a little bit more than 5 seconds now. Sydney Rowing Club contending well there in that battle as well for second and third, but just behind the Sydney, the Adelaide composite crew, I should say, closest to the camera there in lane 1. 10.39 seconds but now, so that lead has doubled.
So Alex Hill row the pair with Torren Olsen and come fourth in the A final yesterday, and joining up with Harley Moore and Angus Whittaker, who also placed in that A final of the men's coxless pair, to form this 4, where Torren Olsen, the bow seat, racing bow ball to bow ball with his club mates, as Alex Wolf just catches a bit of a dirty stroke in that Sydney Rowing Club 4 in the bow seat there. New club member moving up from Victoria to train and qualify his way through to the National Training Centre at the tail end of last year.
And the boat on screen there is lane 2, 3 rowers from Swan River Rowing Club. 3 from Sydney Uni, I should say. Devlin Walsh, Marcus Brett, Lachlan Miles, along with Miles McQuillan from the Swan River Rowing Club. They head through into the third 500 of the race. Still is certainly the crew across in lane 7. Sydney University, who lead here in the race for the Bob Aitken Memorial Trophy. Trophy shortly to be presented by Awesome Force member Mike Mackay, who of course won this trophy number of times in his time as an athlete. But Sydney University sitting very comfortably out in front there on the far side, the eastern side of the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre. That combination, Kent, Shaughnessy, Hargraves and Purnell certainly are race leaders. And at 1,500, they may well have stretched this out beyond the 10-second mark now as well. So we split the Australian 4 up here, Chris. The Olympic gold medal winners from Tokyo, who will race again this year, are across 3 different crews here. Alex Hill in the Adelaide Uni crew in lane 1. Spencer Turren in lane 3 for Sydney Rowing Club, and Hargraves and Purnell are in this crew, who leads the race from Sydney University.
Looks like all 3 of them are in for a pretty good shot at a medal at this stage, but that Adelaide Composite and the Sydney Rowing Club crew have been locked in a battle for the last 750 metres and have not been able to be separated by more than 2 feet. That's pretty incredible, considering the fact that I've seen at least 3 or 4 completely missed strokes from both crews.
They've been taking it in turns, I think.
There's been a whole lot going on down there, and they can just not get away from each other through the middle stages of this race. Sydney Uni are having a pretty easy run of it, really, in lane 7. They've gotten away and just snuck away from the rest of the field. I don't think anyone's really realised that they're part of the race at this point.
No, the other crew is on the
view out
far
front.
side. That's looking to keep touch with our race leaders.
I would say does bode reasonably well for the New South Wales Kings Cup. Half of them are leading the race. 2 more of them are in the second place crew.
There's the man wearing the sky blue shirt once again. We're all stuck in blue. Blue shorts. I think you'd save those for Sunday. We're all plastered in volunteer blue today, but there you go. But here comes the crew from Sydney University. Certainly a comfortable win here coming up for them. The race for second continues. Still very tight there for silver and bronze on the far side of the course. But the gold medal will go the way of the Sydney University Boat Club in the race for the Bob Aitken Memorial Trophy. And the Open Men's Coxless 4, it's won by Sydney Uni on lane 7. Across to the far side,
UTS Haberfield
have come from nowhere.
They were well behind, well off the field. It was a race between Adelaide University and Adelaide Composite and Sydney Rowing Club. Adelaide Composite have gotten away. They're a length clear of UTS Haberfield, who have snuck up into the medals. They'll take the bronze medal. Sydney Rowing Club in 4th, just outside the medals, half a length in front of the Canned Composite in 5th place. We'll see the Sydney University and Swan River Rowing Club Composite in 6th place.
And then Team Hong Kong also to complete the field here of 7 in the Open Men's Coxless 4. So lots of changing in the placing in the late strokes there. and a hand in the air as well. So we'll wait and see what happens there. But our winners certainly were well clear. So a little about that. Sydney University, Jackson Kench, Willow Shaughnessy, Jack Hargroves and Alex Purnell comfortably first across the line. 16.05 seconds it was ahead of, at this stage, Cand and Melbourne Uni. That's not correct. It was Adelaide, Sydney Mercantile Commercial who at this stage have the provisional silver medal. 6:52.27, certainly the unofficial winning time. We'll stand by for confirmation of these official results as Team Hong Kong do come through and confirm second place. But from here, it was a comfortable win to Sydney University in the Open Men's Coxless 4 Championship of Australia.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals and the Herald and Weekly Times trophy for the Open Women's Coxless 4. The medals will be presented by John Keogh, head coach of the Hancock Prospecting Women's National Training Centre. Third place and bronze medalists, a composite of the University of Queensland Cairns and Sydney rowing clubs, represented by Lauren Graham, Lexi Northduft, Jess Scott and Madeline Williams. Crew coached by Scott Rowe and Donovan Seck. Second place and silver medalists, a composite crew of the West Australian, University of Western Australia and Swan River rowing clubs, represented by Rebecca Pretorius, Jackie Swick, Bronwyn Cox and Georgia Patton. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, the Melbourne University Boat Club, represented by Laura Foley, Eliza Gaffney, Jean Mitchell, and Lucy Steffen. The Herald and Weekly Times trophy will now be presented by John Keogh. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the Open Women's Coxless 4.
Racing continuing at the moment with race 445, the final of the under-23 lightweight women's double scull. As we go from our open events back to the under-23 age level, a series of lightweight races are next on the schedule. Certainly it is hard work for the lightweight combinations into the conditions here. Lane 1 is Loretto Marriotteville and Seymour College composite crew from South Australia. Lane 2, UTS Haberfield and Griffith University Surfers Paradise. Lane 3, Ballarat City. Lane 4, Brisbane GPS Toowong. Lane 5, Tasmania University. Lane 6 is Team Hong Kong. And lane 7 is Sydney and Sydney University composite crew on the close side of the course. And they're already through the first 500 metres, and it is our international visitors from Team Hong Kong who were the race leaders there in the early stage of the race. Yushin Wang and Chen Yufang there for Team Hong Kong. who are clearly from their training venue on Hong Kong Harbour, as Lizzie Chapman points out, would have some great experience in these sorts of conditions, and they're doing a good job. It's about a 2-length lead now at halfway, Team Hong Kong over Sydney and Sydney University. But over 5 minutes and 11 seconds to the halfway mark tells you just how strong this head breeze has become. Sydney Uni in second place, and Tasmania University in third place.
It's getting really tough out there. It's just mentioning to Lizzie, it's not a day where I would like to weigh 57 kilos, to be honest. Rowing into a wind like that, it looks really...
Been a long time since I weighed 57 kilograms, but I would agree with you entirely on that one, yes. Through the 1,000-metre mark, Tim Kong Hong, our leaders here on lane 6, Yuchen Wang and Chen Yufeng. Phoebe Teal and Isabel Watson there in second position, and third with Kate Oliver and Sophie Robinson from the Tasmania University Boat Club. Heading up towards the 1,500 metre mark now in this final of the under-23 lightweight women's double scull. Team Hong Kong certainly dealing with these conditions very, very well, really. They've got a comfortable lead here, and they've come now through 1,500 metres, 7:40.02 their time over the opening 3 quarters of the race. As we await the splits to come through on the remaining crews, it did look to be still Phoebe Teal of Sydney Uni and Isabel Watson of Sydney Rowing Club in second place. Phoebe Teal is the Tasmanian who will represent her state on Sunday, but rowing currently at the Sydney University Boat Club.
Correct.
They're in second place, and third would be Tasmania University, Kate Oliver and Sophie Robinson. So the Tasmanians spread across several crews here.
Isabel Watson, Sydney crew, is actually a South Australian. So
you're recruiting him from far and wide, Chris, aren't you?
Wide. No, well, this is what happens when you win the Rowing Australia Cup. Not everyone just wants to come to New South Wales.
So the all Tasmanian duo in the colours of Sydney and Sydney Uni. The actual Tasmanian duo, Kate Oliver and Sophie Robinson, in the red boat. In fact, not the red boat, is it? It's the white boat, but the red colours of the Tasmania University Boat Club. The same or similar red colours with our leading crew here, Team Hong Kong. Yuchen Wang and Chen Yufeng continue comfortably out in front. Now, remaining crews in this race, an ACT combination in lane 5 will be fourth, Matthew Rickard and Alex Tomanovitz from the Canberra and Black Mountain Rowing Clubs. Adelaide University, lane 2, Kyle Miller and Hugo Worm. And from Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club in lane 3, James Forsyth and Charlie McClure. But they are spread right along the course here, and there's some big gaps between them as they make their way down the course, the final of the under-23 lightweight men's double scull. So we continue at this stage to watch this crew, and it is Team Hong Kong. So we debated earlier in the week if it was farther from Hobart or from Townsville to make it to Perth, but certainly Team Hong Kong have travelled the biggest distance. They've come internationally to win a race at the Australian Rowing Championship for 2023, and lane 6 it is Yuchen Wang and Chen Yufeng who take out the under-23 lightweight women's double scull. A commanding margin of victory here over the 2 Tasmanians from Sydney and Sydney Uni, Phoebe Teal and Isabel Watson. Sorry, Tasmanian and South Australian, wasn't it, in that boat who come across in second place. And the 2 Tasmanians, certainly from the Tasmania University Boat Club, Kate Oliver and Sophie Robinson, will finish in third place.
Mark on how tough those conditions were, the winning time just sneaking under.
Have cracked 10 minutes. Not often you have to say that. Canberra Black Mountain across in fourth place, so Rickard and Simonovic. Brisbane, the GPS Toowong. Actually fifth on my count. The Canberra Black Mountain crew's already come across. Brisbane GPS Toowong will finish in fifth place. Loretto, Marriotteville and Seymour College composite on the far side of the course across now as well. There have been a couple of substitutions in these boats as well, just to confuse things slightly. And in the end, Ballarat City will take out seventh place there with Tia Johns and Tia Broad in the under-23 lightweight women's double scull. But Team Hong Kong, the comfortable race winners there, 9:59.45 the unofficial winning time and 13.67 seconds their margin of victory over Sydney, and Sydney University in second place. We've also gone through 1,500 now in the under-23 lightweight men's double scull, and it is Christian Place of Toowong and Riley Williams of the University of Queensland Boat Club who lead this race. And once again, on lane 7, they lead it fairly comfortably there, that all-Queensland combination coached by Michael Russell and Mark Game. I can now confirm too, this will be the last race on the program for the time being, and an official announcement on the progression of the remainder of the day's racing will follow shortly. But all racing will be suspended at the conclusion of this race. So we'll have further news on that to follow. But you can certainly see those who are here and those watching on the live stream, these conditions at the moment are not conducive to rowing in general, and certainly not conducive, it seems, to small boat lightweight rowing. So we'll have more news shortly on the progression of the rest of the day, but it is certainly the University of Queensland and Toowong combination who lead through by almost 20 seconds over North Esk in second place. So Oscar Birtwistle and Laurie Dean in second place. Oscar Birtwistle will row with his father Dion in the Tasmanian Penrith Cup crew on a Sunday afternoon, and in a believed to be a very first father-son combination in an interstate boat, and looking here at getting his hands on a silver medal too in the under-23 lightweight men's double scull. But Christian Place of Toowong in the stroke seat of this boat. He was virtually the athlete of the regatta at Lake Barrington a couple of years ago, where he won seemingly every lightweight event he could get his hands on. The former student, of course, of the Anglican Church Grammar School in Brisbane in the stroke seat of this boat, along with Riley Williams of the University of Queensland Boat Club. Sitting in the bow, Michael Russell and Mark Game, the coaches there, as this boat progresses down towards the finish line. They will take out the last of our national titles on offer for a little while at least. with racing to be suspended at the conclusion of this race, and they'll do well to hold it together as the wind gusts once again at the finish line. But they do exactly that and come across and take the win in the under-23 lightweight men's double sculls. So University of Queensland and Toowong will take the win. The Northwest Rowing Club from Launceston in Tasmania will finish with the silver medal. Oscar Birtwistle and Laurie Dean, who are coached by Trevor Barrett. And then third place looks to be the UTS Haberfield combination. Over on lane 4, Nick Mather and Zink Bosco, coached by Elliot Shackloff Bertinetti. Some wonderfully poetic names in that particular combination, and they will shortly come across. In fact, in fourth place, I should say. Sneaking up there is Canberra Black Mountain, who will finish in third place. Just slightly obscured from view there for a minute, but they'll certainly finish third. So they'll get the bronze medal. Matthew Rickard of Black Mountain and Alex Tomanovitz of the Canberra Rowing Club. Fourth will then be UTS Haberfield, Mather and Bosco. Fifth will be Adelaide University, and Wendouree Ballarat have done a full tour of the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre from where they started in lane 3. One stage we're across at about lane 6 and now heading back over to the far side of the course. But that, again, underscoring the sensible decision that has just been taken to suspend racing for the time being. Kyle Miller and Hugo Verme, coached by Sam Morton, will finish in 5th place. And then that Wendouree Ballarat combination of James Forsyth and Charlie McClure, coached by Paul Blanchfield, and Richard McClure will soon come across to complete the race. Our umpires' boats all following down the course, and the safety officials to ensure that these athletes can safely make their way off the water. We will still have some presentations to follow shortly, but a suspension of racing to apply in about 15 seconds time once this Wendouree Ballarat crew comes across the line to conclude race 446.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals and the Bob Aitken Memorial Trophy for the Open Men's Coxless 4. The medals and trophy will be presented by Mike Mackay, OAM, 4-time Olympian, 2-time Olympic champion in the Coxless 4, 4-time World Champion and Commonwealth Games gold medalist. Third place and bronze medalists and composite of UTS Haberfield and Mercantile Rowing Clubs. Jack Robertson, Tim Masters, Paddy Holt, and George Finlayson. Crew was coached by Matthias Ungemark and Tim McLaren. Second place and silver medalists, a composite of Adelaide, Sydney, Mercantile and Commercial Rowing Clubs. Represented by Harley Moore, Angus Whitcomb, Torrin Olsen and Alex Hill. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, Sydney University. Represented by Jackson Kench, Will O'Shannessy, Jack Hargraves, and Alex Purnell. Crew was coached by Donald McLaughlin. Bob Aitken Memorial Trophy will now be presented by Mike Mackay. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the Open Men's Coxless 4.
Congratulations to our medalists there. There are still a couple of presentations to take place and we'll have those for you shortly. Just repeating that racing is suspended for the time being. A further announcement about the progress of racing for the remainder of the day will be made as soon as possible. Our officials are meeting right now on that very issue. And also at the same time, there is to be no training on the course, obviously, or on the back lake. There is to be no training of any sort at the regatta venue. All crews obviously coming in from their race need to get off the water as soon as they can, and all other crews are reminded there is to be no training. But further news about the progress of the remainder of the day's racing to come shortly, as we sit here at the moment in a weather delay, hopefully only a temporary one, but you can see from those pictures there is plenty of breeze coming across the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre. So more news to follow shortly, and a couple of presentations still to come as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-23 Lightweight Women's Double Scull. The medals will be presented by Kent Peters, President of Rowing ACT. Third place and bronze medalists, Tasmanian University Boat Club, presented by Kate Oliver and Sophie Robinson. Second place and silver medalists, a combination of Sydney Rowing Club and Sydney University Boat Clubs, represented by Phoebe Teal and Isabel Watson. Crew coached by Lachlan Carter and Alfie Young. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, Team Hong Kong, represented by Yu Chin Wang and Chen Yu Fang. Gentlemen, please congratulate all of our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the Under-23 Lightweight Women's Double Scull. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-23 lightweight men's double scull. The medals will be presented by Brian Weir, Rowing Australia board member. Third place and bronze medalists, a composite from Canberra and Black Mountain Rowing Clubs. Represented by Matthew Rickard and Alex Tomanovitz. Second place and silver medalists, North Esk Rowing Club. Represented by Oscar Birtwistle and Laurie Dean. That crew coached by Trevor Barrett. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, a composite from the University of Queensland and Toowong Rowing Clubs. Represented by Christian Place and Riley Williams. The crew coached by Michael Russell and Mark Game. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of our 2023 Australian champions and medalists in the under-23 lightweight men's double scull.
Thank you to Chris McCarthy. A big morning's racing as we head towards midday Western time. Just repeating that racing is suspended for now. I do not have currently a timetable as to when that may change or when further news will come through, but I can assure you that as soon as the officials advise us what may happen next, we will be back on air to provide that information for the benefit of all athletes, coaches and spectators here, and of course those watching on the live stream in other parts of the country. So racing is suspended. There is to be no training on the course or on the back lake at this point in time, and we'll be back with further news as soon as possible.